The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So, the dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decapitation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decapitation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decapitation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What up? Everybody, y'all know what time it is. It is Hot Mic Friday. Yeah. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Big shout out to all my peeps in the Shark Tank. I see you. Let me get my little name calling going on here. I see my mans and them. Big shout out to the one and only long-time supporter, Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my main man, Mr. Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? Long-time supporter, the one and only, the incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster. What up, fam? Red Rum, I see you, fam. To Georgia Boy, what up, fam? Big shout out to my main man. I think I said him already, just in case I did. Mr. Chico Nicholas, I see you always, fam. He said, I cheated off 5 dudes that cheated off 5 dudes that cheated. Do you know all 10 got good grades except my dumb ass? Failed everything. Damn. Well, I see where you're coming from. Cheating becomes a habit until it gets you. Then you be like, damn, who was I cheating off of? Right? Big shout out to my man Bloodthirst, letting it be known, coming in with a super sticker with the 99-cent piece showing the love. You know how I feel about it. It's not a matter of how much you give, it's the fact that you give is always going to be appreciated, fam. And then he gives you the thumbs up and the roses and the muscles. He gets this party started out right. Big shout out to Upper Echelon. Let's get it rolling. I see you. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, it's Hot Mic Friday. Well, we're going to see just how much we're going to be rumbling tonight. Big shout out to the main man. Bite down and shake that like button. My man, Double M. Desbo in the house. What up, fam? I didn't even hit him with my Bloodthirst. Number 1, a.k.a. Havoc 360. I got to make sure I include that. Let's see here. Big shout out to my man, Cos Cal TV. Cosmine Cal TV in the house. What up, fam? Hey, fellas. Appreciate everybody for showing out. Again, big shout out to all my people on the back street. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. If y'all get a chance, don't forget to hit that like button. Let me see here. I got a little something I wanted to talk about before Mo got in. You know how I get. Because I get around and I watch a lot of the shows, see what everybody's talking about, see what's going on out in the community. And sometimes it's almost like y'all got to remember now, we old school. You know, you got to keep that part in mind. Remember, we're going to talk about the past. I always try to bring that up because I know by the time this show ends, we're going to be down, we're going to find ourselves walking that gray area. You know, and I don't want people to get the misinterpretation of what we talk about simply because we're always going to be talking about our past, which consists of the American Pit Bull Terrier, the Game American Pit Bull Terrier, and the community of the past. Men of the past, dogs of the past. And you try to take this information and use it to your knowledge to help you learn from some of the things that we done and some of the accomplishments of some of the people that we knew and some of the things they done. And we did try to share the insights of it. And I stress that because, you know, everybody has their own opinion. And I always say, opinions is like assholes. Everybody got one. You know, so we're always open to opinions. But it's hard to deal with certain things that people think and say based on what they hear or, you know, what their interpretation of things that happened in the past. And you have your own interpretation and your opinion on those things. Now, imagine if we sat on this show and we come in here and we start talking about things that we never experienced before. Like, you know, a lot of people who never seen some of the great dogs of the past. And I can say, we've seen a lot of good dogs. We've seen a lot of things. Now imagine us sitting here trying to tell y'all something and don't have any and have an opinion. You know, one thing about, you know, we have an opinion based on our experience and what we've learned. So I would think our opinion would carry just a little more weight simply because we always we have our opinion, and then we try to give you an idea of what that opinion is based upon. And I seen, he's always been that one. He's a true believer in the receipt thing because, for us, it's hard to maintain a lie, but the truth comes easy. So no matter how many times you tell the story, even in our old age, he can't remember a lot of things, because when that mind goes rolling, he stumbles over things, and I try to help catch him because he gets caught up in that moment, and I had to bring him back to tell him, hey, you need to fix that because you said this. He said, oh yeah, I thought I said that, and I said, no. After the show, I tell him, go back and listen to what you said. Yeah. He said, well, you know what I meant. I said, yeah, they need to know what you meant. That's why I try to correct him along the way. But he is, stone up on trying to get some of them points across and be able to explain why. And I think that's something that us as a dog community has always had, the privilege of the men of the past who wrote books, because without those books, would y'all really known who Searchy Jeff was, or Snooty, or like in the Stratton book, he primarily talked about everybody. Going Hard Barney. That's where our name comes from. You read the story on Going Hard Barney, you'd be like, damn. What was it about Barney that influenced us? The going hard part. He was going like Barney, so we changed it to going hard. But read the story on the dog. Dog got a great history, and it kind of like drives that inner bulldog in you, because you kind of say, I wish I had me a bulldog like that. Before I get too far. Maybe Levy 47, I see you, fam. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Yeah, again, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. But it's one of them, it's one of the reasons why we sit here and we do this show. And I'm trying to get y'all prepared for one of these kind of shows that when you start talking about things, everybody gonna have an opinion on it. So before I get started, I'm gonna just give you just a small insight for something that I felt like, I'm gonna bring this up, and then we're gonna let the rest of the show dictate in the direction it goes in. Y'all bear with me a second here while I pull this up. Now, this here is an article that Indian Sunny wrote back in the day. The reason I picked this article, because it spoke of something. And now this article, let me prepare you because the time frame. This is between the early 80s and the early mid 80s when he wrote this story. But let me get back to it so I can, hopefully y'all can see that, and I'm gonna pick that up from here for me. Where'd it go? Now, he's talking about Kobe dogs, and you're gonna see where I'm going with this. But follow along with me. Now, I don't have the talking thing with Reed, because when these things go to talking with the AI thing, it just sometimes it don't get the things. It just reads down to one column, and then we're trying to start over. So I'm gonna just read this to y'all. Indian Sunny wrote this piece several years ago. Now remember, this article here was written several years ago, but this publication was published in 1987. Okay. Indian said he wrote this piece several years ago. However, the point made about the need for each generation of dog men to use their own talent rather than just relying on the past is a point that still needs emphasis. Hope you enjoy this article. Mr. John P. Colby was an active breeder for many years and produced some of the best dogs of his time. Much of the foundation stock was from the Gas House and the Burke strains, as were the dogs of many other breeders. The difference in quality of the dogs Mr. Colby produced was the result of breeding principles he employed. Also, Mr. Colby, in my opinion, possessed a very important attribute which I refer to as a gift. Mr. Colby practiced a simplified version of genetics. Best to the best, selective breeding. Best to the best does not mean performing dogs alone. It entails all aspects of dogs, from performance to pedigree. The most obvious qualities would be gameness, biting, power, talent, stamina, and a great bloodline. A bloodline is a direct result of a breeder's influence. Over the years, dogs bred by Mr. Colby began to exhibit physical and mental characteristics such as conformation, color, and gameness, which distinguished them. The dogs were then referred to as Colby dogs. You see here. Thus, we have the Colby bloodline. People were proud to say, there here is a pure Colby dog. This sounds simple, and it leads people to ask why there were not more top breeders. I believe deciding what is best to best is the key. I'm sure not every dog Mr. Colby bred to was dead game, and I'm equally sure he did not breed to every dead game dog he owned. This is where the gift comes in. It seems to be an inborn sense or ability. I believe most outstanding accomplishments have been made by men who were endowed with a gift for their respective fields. I do not believe man knows enough about genetics at this time to produce great animals, and he most certainly didn't know enough in those days of Mr. Colby. Racehorse people spend millions of dollars a year trying to produce great horses with only marginal success. Similarly, there is no pattern for producing great dogs. The most essential qualities of breeders may possess are dedication, a gift, a knowledge of best to best, and money. Might come in handy. If a breeder combines their attributes, he is likely to produce, with luck, a great strain of dogs. It doesn't take much effort to recall the great Colby dogs of the past. These dogs were bred from the pit and for the pit. But all of this brings us to a very important question. When a strain of dogs that was once highly regarded, such as Colby, stops producing consistently good pit dogs, is this strain still to be considered good? I have heard people say, I know he's a cur, but the blood is there. While this is true in many cases, I wonder how long we can continue to breed to curs and hope to produce game pit dogs. What is good blood, and how long will it remain good if we continue to breed to dogs who do not possess the qualities of their ancestors? While great breeders can breed to dogs who themselves do not exhibit good qualities, can the average breeder afford to take this gamble? I have seen strains of dogs that have not produced dogs fitting this description for many years, and people who are active in the sport refer to them as good blood or good brood stock. Many seem to proceed under the assumption that once a bloodline is good, it remains good forever. Many well-meaning people have continued to breed Kobe dogs exclusively, thinking all that was necessary to preserve the quality of the strain was to breed to a dog who had the name Kobe on his pedigree. I believe we have to continuously strive to improve the strain in order to keep it as good as it was or is. It's an accepted theory that in order for an institution to continue to be productive, it must change and continuously seek to improve. To preserve a bloodline, there is more required than just breeding two dogs whose pedigree shows a particular name. Change is required in order to prevent change in the quality of the dogs produced. The Kobe strain was developed by change. I have heard people say that the dogs of youngster year were gamer than those of today. Could it be? In some cases, because we have tried to play pat and in so doing have lost ground. The people who have bred Kobe dogs exclusively for those many years, thinking they were doing what was best, have perhaps underestimated their own ability to breed good dogs. Many of them have bred dogs for 40 years or more and could have perhaps contributed much more to their dogs by using their own ideals and experience. New ideals are necessary in every field. Sports records are consistently suppressed by those not satisfied with repeating someone else's past performance. Last year's records won't win this year's meet. Were the dogs of yesteryear really superior? I'm sure many dogmen of the past wouldn't think we have it too easy because we don't have to grow secret vegetables and cook our dog food or boil their water. Penicillin has replaced many old remedies, making better dogs care possible. I have read some diets that top dog men top, top dog men use. While some were good, none could compare with any good commercial dog food available in the country's supermarket. The poorest feeder today is able to provide better nutrition than the best feeder of yesteryear. We have refrigeration and other conveniences. It is not my intention to criticize old timers and their method. How many of us would be feeding as many dogs if we had to cope with the same adverse conditions? I think our mission, however, is to pick up where they left off, eliminate, emulating their objectives rather than their methods. The Kobe dogs of the past fit the description of good blood as their pit records indicated. The Kobe strain was developed on the principle of best to best. When the principle is no longer employed, there is bound to be a drastic change in quality. In a very short period of time, a great strain of dogs will be reduced to a strain that can do the more than refer to their pedigree and say, my great great granddaddy was a pit dog, I think. Okay, let me get back to my thing here. Hold on. Okay, where I am. I'm back right here. All right, fellas. Now, think about that. That's Indian Sunny, and that's back at I would say 19 when he wrote that, and this came from 87 edition. They said a couple years. So I'm gonna say the early 80s. This was his stance, and I thought the Kobe dogs was a good example of something that we always talk about far as the dogs getting better. And some of the things that he said, I'm pretty sure y'all have heard us say this plenty of times. That was our thing. You know, our thing was breeding the best to the best. You breed the best to the best, you're going to get the best. But understand the time period, fellas. In the time period that he was saying that, in the time period that we were saying that, we were all in a time period of matching dogs. You know, think about that. We were all in that time period of matching dogs. So, in order for us to relate to what he was saying, you know, for us, we look at it from a time period of dog fighters, men who were breeding and raising dogs for the purpose of dog fighting. Now that should make sense. Remember, at that point in time, they definitely had a purpose, especially when you're talking about Kobe. Because then you go from Kobe to Lightner to Tudor, and everybody has this version, you know, of what a good dog was, but they had their own way of trying to accomplish that. But regardless of how many of them was doing it, they still had a purpose, and they were trying to accomplish something for that same purpose. I need better bulldogs. Now, understanding that purpose, as he said, what's going to happen to the quality? Now, imagine now, back in them early 80s and stuff, where they had a lot of these dogs. I mean, we've been back there. We've went all the way back from Kobe to Centipede to Pincher, and we have worked our way forward all the way through Tudor's Yard and Mayfield and all them great dogs, all the way through our time period and all the way up to where we stopped at, where we literally stopped. That put us around 2008, fellas. We got in the dogs in 1982, 83. We got out of dogs in 2008. That is a long time and a lot of history, you know, that was created for us as young men to live and to tell a story as an old man in this dog game. And if I can if I can relate to a story that was written way back in 1980, early 1980s, right when we was getting into the game, that article would not have meant much to me. If I was a greenhorn and I got a bulldog and I read an article like that, first of all, I wouldn't really understand what he was talking about when it comes to, you know, genetics. Because he even stated in his story about he don't even think Kobe understood genetics. They kept it simple. They just bred good dogs to good dogs. I don't think they gave 2 cents about a pedigree. Now, I say that because think about it. In 1982, 3, when we got hold of them dogs, we were giving the dogs and the papers but didn't know a damn thing about none of them dogs in them papers. But we could tell you about the dog that was given to us. The bruisers, the bloods, the BAs, the solos, the judos. Look at the great dog men who were actually in that time period, the James Edwards, the Atlas Brewers, the Kimsey Woods, Cheryl Powell, Triplet, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Jackson. These were great dog men who, for me, not knowing who they were as an old man, now thinking back and telling my story about them, these were some damn good goddamn. I mean, I read about these dog men now. I can sit back and go back and think about something that didn't make two cents to me back then, but over the years made a whole lot of sense. And I think that's what kind of like drove, that inner part of us where I think, we try to figure out why you so into these dogs like this. What's the big deal? I think that hunger to create that dog is something that became automatic based on the love that you have for the dog. That's what I believe. Because we weren't the only ones. I mean, hell, Indian Sunny, and look at all the dogs that he dealt with, and then you can just keep going back. We talk about the American Pit Bull Terrier, like the game dog, not the pet dog. We're talking about the game dog. That love of the game happens over time because you don't know enough to understand it in the very beginning. And I say this to my new people to the game, because now you guys have the opportunity to more information that's available and how to get through that information than what these guys had in the past. So imagine with all that and what we was working with in the past, how did you know that Kobe had good dogs? Because Kobe said he had good dogs? No. It took more than Mr. Kobe talking about he got a yard full of good dogs. It told you what he did. He bred his best to the best and he used it. Let me repeat that. He took the best of the best and he used it. That gives him the opportunity to see the bite, the ability, the stamina, the gameness, all them things that he had to see before he would consider it a good dog. Now understand, if I told you we grew up under those circumstances, understand that again. And for us in our time period and being introduced into the American Pit Bull game dog, we were introduced based on the quality and the greatness of the dog. Remember, I didn't know who the hell Chinaman was. I didn't know who Art Missy was. I didn't even know who the hell Snooty was. Didn't even know who Molly B was as far as a fighting dog. I seen her. I heard about her. But think about how young we were. How new to that we were sitting right there in front of greatness and had no idea. But because we were so amazed in what we had and what we seen, we got more involved. I used to tell y'all how when he ran into old Pope, and Pope, you know, here he is writing for the journal, and all of them people down there, they was asking us about the Buckeye Man. Do y'all know the Buckeye Man? He's from up north. We had no idea who the hell the Buckeye Man was. But just to see Pope and see a dog in Ohio that I seen in North Carolina on somebody else's yard, you know, it's like that big circle that went all the way around. Okay, and this is the direction that we pick up based on something that was way on the other side, down in another state somewhere, and here we done stumbled up on it up here. See this dog? I know that dog. That dog had a blue eye. I was on that man's yard, and he goes from, yeah, I was on that man's yard. Let me see, because this is the papers he gave us, and this is the dog he gave us. And then from that point on, the man looks at you like, man, y'all got some serious bulldogs right there. Now, damn the papers at this point, because y'all know before we got to Ohio, we were matching dogs. Yet we were using those dogs that they had gave us. We raised them, they got old enough, and we used them. We was already hooked. Didn't know what we was doing. Had no idea what we were doing, but all I can tell you is we weren't afraid to take a little bit of time and match our dogs, because that's what we thought we were supposed to do. So as you notice in that Indian Sunny's part, you know what I mean, where it says, you know, how people was just breeding and they not using it, and then you got the ones who just don't know, too new to the game, how you can just actually just destroy a bloodline. Well, I lived through them periods, y'all, because I got a chance to see the Boyles, I got a chance to see the Bolios, I got a chance to see the Eli's, every kind of way you could possibly think of, the Bully Sons, the Old George, you know. I got a chance without trying to get into it like Mo and them, but not being stupid to this game. I understood what quality of the Bulldogs meant and how we got to the point to where we made a decision of what kind of kennel we were going to be. Understand that. Now, I'm nowhere near the likes of Indian Sunny. Great dog man. Great, legendary dog man. Writing a story way back in the early 80s. Back then, I would have never understood a damn thing in that story I read. But then I've lived through 20 plus years, 30 plus years of this game. I understand exactly what he was saying. Because I not only got a chance to become a major participant in creating our own dogs, our own way. Did we slip on trying to breed the best to the best, or did we learn breed the best to the best? Where do we get that from? Was it reading the Richard Stratton books? No. Hell, I think Mo had Ed Crenshaw book that he had signed, edition book 101. All the many books that man sold, we did have a signed book 101 publication. I'm pretty sure that book sold over thousands of publications over the years. But to be that close to the publication of a book, and remember we told you, you know, in them books, we learned about Buffalo Soldier, and then you learned about Rasta Man. I mean, these are, you know, black men that was in these people's book, which was amazing to us, you know, because most at this point in Carolina, the great dog men we talk about They were white. Had great dogs. Gave us great dogs. Now, I always said, y'all, they gave us some good damn dogs now. They even gave us papers. But they didn't give us nothing else or give us any other information in the raising and what we were supposed to do with these dogs. Now, I told y'all we was running around with old Cheryl Powell right there. You know what I'm saying? You know, Cheryl Powell had them Hetrick TNT dogs. And you just sitting back and you don't know why, you know, for us, them early years, we don't know why don't nobody want to mess with Cheryl Powell and his dog. Is it because he the sheriff? You know, that's would be the thought back then. But look how many years had passed before I realized why they did not mess with Cheryl Powell and his Hetrick TNT dogs. I understood why. I also understood why everybody didn't have it. Because they couldn't get it. I guess it was special. And he was a special man. Was he special because he had access to these things that other people didn't? I don't know. Because the people, when we started matching dogs down there, they supposed to have been in the game longer than us. And I thought we were supposed to be the green horse come in. And, you know, they didn't really have any idea of where and who we got the dogs from, simply because we running with Cheryl Powell and he the one that's hooking them up. I need y'all to get so-and-so ready. We're going to be doing this. This is what I need y'all to do. He didn't get us no damn treadmill. He just basically looked at us like we were all Marines, you know, to put one in shape like the Marines put us in shape. So, yeah, we did a lot of swimming, a lot of walking. Can't even tell you what the hell we were feeding because I don't even think we changed the feed. Because he never told us. Now, you're taking that same concept and that way of thinking, but then you get older and you look back on that. Were we really taking advantage when we were beating them guys up who thought we was greenhorns and they thought they had some badass dogs, but then here we getting these dogs from over here, but our dogs, you know, they smashing shit. We coming up here, you know, we winning. Is it the quality of the dogs? It would have had to be. So what made you question being that we didn't know nothing back then? You look at them guys that had them dogs that we were matching into. What could we say about the quality of their dogs? So you have to understand when I be telling y'all about when people start hating. See, we didn't understand where the haterade was coming from because we always felt like we just had better dogs than y'all, you know, than y'all did. It wasn't about the papers. Hell, they couldn't even say how that dog bred. No, we wouldn't have been able to answer shit. But we can tell you where we got it from. Oh, y'all got so stuff from so and so. Damn, you know, and be shocked about it. Like, what, changing y'all dogs from them? I mean, where y'all dogs coming from? So when you get to learning about these dogs and these people, you realize you can't knock them for what they doing. They actually trying to create that ultimate dog. Can't knock them for that. That was the process that we were too young to understand. But as I got older, I could actually look back on that and I could see why we were able to beat up on them. Because, like that article said, how long y'all think they had been breeding some of them dogs that they had on their yard? Beating it. Confident enough to take their dog and go into these young guys because they all knew that, you know, we with Powell and he's the one setting it up, and I'm pretty sure he was, you know, got his chain little change involved, and he done played us down like, oh, they greenhorns, they don't know shit. They got a good dog though. And you think about when they was them losses, and it was just a loss for us then. I mean, for them, it was for us. It was just a loss for them. We just had the better dogs. They gave us the better dog because we got them from Cheryl Powell and them people over there, and they hooked us up. But when I say the hater part of it is the amount of people that it wasn't hard for us to get them dogs on it first. It wasn't hard, so that means look at all them people that was coming to them shows back then. I remember all of them, barn full of people. We knew to this. And this is the best that they had. So when you start knocking off that, it wasn't nothing for the next guy to show up and say, I got this right here. And before you know it, you're beating him up. And you make your rounds, and by the time you done beat up enough people, now everybody's looking at you. Y'all remember I told you, Bruiser came up stolen right after he beat Champion Thor. Couldn't have been but 3 days later. I remember we in the service, so it's not like, why would we think somebody would want to steal a pit bull? You know what I'm saying? This is how green we was. But they got away with a good dog. Didn't understand, why would anybody want to steal a pit bull, especially him? But you don't see none of that until you get older. When you're green in the game, there's a lot of things you got to experience in this game before you have really realized, where you stand in this game now that you know the game. Because those guys down there, they was in a position they was creating their own dogs. And Mo would know their pedigrees better than I would now, but I mean, to them, I know a whole lot of them damn black dogs down through there. Remember, we still had blood and BA, so we had some black shit too. So what made our black shit better than they black shit? Because we got it directly from James, Mr. Woods. I mean, did that make our dogs better? I think it did. Simply because the direction that they were going with their dogs wasn't the direction that the people that we talk about and we still talk about today. I don't hear nobody talk about them people over there that we was beating up on who swore up and down they had good dogs, fellas. I don't remember none of them. I ain't seen none of them, their dogs come up in no book or their names or nothing. But I'm a youngster at this point, I don't know them like that. I get older and I can stop back and say, look, when I look down on them and think about all the snooty dogs, all the Chinaman dogs, the Art Missy dogs, the and Bruiser, the Big Stevenson's Big Ben and Queenie and think, all them great dogs just in them dogs' pedigrees. And then I look back at them, which takes me down to that other comment that he made about the quality of the dogs. And see, we've talked about this before. We used to, we thought of it now. We know that's kennel blindness, fellas. We know where kennel blindness comes from. And the reason I speak so into this conversation because, when I hear people sit back and tell me, about they don't like Mayday dogs. And the reason I'm going to jump on these Mayday dogs because I'm not, first of all, you can't tell me about Eli dogs. I think we had some them Eli dogs or, Well, I'm gonna put it like this: Blood, BA, Bruiser, and Solo and Judo were, I think, just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of them were Eli dogs. I think we had the better part of those Eli dogs because of the men we got those dogs from. Did those guys that we were beating up, were they breeding up that stock? Were they breeding those dogs up that we was beating up on with this fresh stock of these old men, from these great dog men? You look back on that and you ask that question because the more we learned, made it easier for us to look back and understand the simple part when the man said, Kobe bred best to the best. So y'all should know off the jump, where we be the best to the best. You should already know where that comes from. It wasn't something we just picked up. It was something that we seen and we learned and became a fact. That if we ever had the opportunity, we were going to create our best dogs and only use the best of the best dogs that we had. See, that wasn't something old for us. That was something that was just evident. We're in a place like North Carolina when it's supposed to be bulldog country. You got Harry over here, Tony Wade over here, Tom, Kimsey, Atlas Brewer. You got all these people, Mr. Steven, Mr. Triplet, Mr. Robinson. You got all these people in the air, and then I got my brothers over here. Remember, we got that thing with Mr. Robinson because we done stepped up. Our game done stepped up. Even having the opportunity to go in the Robinson's champion tour, that was an opportunity that Cheryl Powell set up. Do you think the men would have took a chance if they didn't think they could beat Bruiser? I think they went on the fact that we was green. And maybe they felt like we didn't deserve that dog after we whooped their ass. But then, what about my other brothers over here? What is y'all hate for? Instead of them wanting to get with us, you know what I mean, and try to help us, man, they got more years in it. Take a look at their bloodlines and see that we got, hey, them boys got some good dogs over there. Let me see if I can get with them and breed, take a female over there. Or take a male over there and try to breed the solo. We wouldn't have known the damn difference. We live there. We ain't trying to stir up no problems with the game. We didn't have a problem sharing with people. But let me tell you something, why that didn't happen. Because they were so stuck on trying to beat those dogs, then they stop and look and realize that the dogs that they had wasn't the same quality of the dogs we were using. And it shouldn't have been hard for them to understand why. I can say that now as the older man looking back. Because how much ass do you need to whoop with these group of dogs before y'all realize y'all ain't stirred up this much heat in this area since I've been here. And I done been here in this game just a little bit, but I done lived in this area. I was stationed right there at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for damn near 5 years. I got kids down there. I've been all up to Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem, the whole triangle. The whole damn state running around with these damn dogs. And still, when I look back on that now, I felt just like some of the shit that I see now. In the now. Even the shit that I was seeing from that 1980 and actually going into Ohio and took them same dogs out of Carolina, went into Ohio and started out doing the same damn thing that we was doing to them when we left North Carolina. But then things changed because when we got in Ohio, as you know, y'all see, we took that first loss. But guess what? At this point now, we dealing with some real damn dog men. We stepping into a whole new game, a whole new look of dogs and people. What was the difference? Did the Ohio boys know? Because a lot of the things that we learned in Ohio, them brothers in North Carolina couldn't tell us shit. You know, a great interview we had was with Tony Wade. If y'all ever get a chance, go back and check out the Tony Wade interview. Tony Wade was very, you know, he was able to create his own dogs and have his own champions, but go back and listen to his interview. And remember, him and Harry Hargrove were good friends for many years, man. And I know this because we stayed in the same city, Kinston, North Carolina. I mean, Tony wasn't, but you know, I say good 5-6 miles away. But him and Harry did a lot of good things together. And maybe that's why Tony was more, we could talk about Tony Wade. We can talk about Tony Wade and his champions, y'all. I can go pull up Tony Wade and show you Tony is still part of Harry Hargrove's, you know, talent as far as what he taught somebody. He touched that, like Cheryl Powell touched us. Harry Hargrove touched Tony Wade, made him a part of and shared the knowledge. And this is why, maybe that's why Tony had so many great dogs. He been over here messing with Harry Hargrove. Now, we don't know that much about Harry. Remember, but we dealing with Tom, I mean, not Tom, but, you know, James Edwards. Remember, all of them, when I say we all in the same area, they was all really in the same area. Why was everybody hating on Harry? Whether because Harry and Tom were good friends, or maybe it was because Harry and Jack was good friends. You know, look at the people I'm talking about. I'm over here. I am over here with the sheriff and James Edwards and Atlas Brew and Mr. Triplett and Mr. Robinson. Maybe I'm hanging in with a, you know, a different circle, and maybe that's the competition. Y'all see where I'm going with this? It does matter who you deal with in this dog game. I only speak of the history part because we live that part of the game that we know. We can only tell you our experience, but the way I'm saying it to you, I want you to just put yourself in our shoes. That's common sense thinking, because I didn't tell y'all we came into this game knowing everything. We came in this game knowing nothing. But I'm dealing with a different group of people. I'm beating up on these people over here. So you got 20, 30 years, and how does somebody come in here and we smashing people's yards? Remember, we rolling dogs along the way. You know, rolls wasn't costing you nothing. We didn't know nothing about, you know, matching until Cheryl Powell brought that to our attention that, look, we're going to be matching a dog. What you mean matching a dog? We think of matching is like rolling. No, you know, you got a time frame to get the dog right. You need to get into this weight right here. Put in that work. You got this much time, and this is what we bet for. I think the first one was like $500. Now, it's me, Mo, Choke, aka Benny, and Cheryl Powell. So that's like $125 a piece from each one of us, and we got the pot. Yeah, we can do that. But look at the other guys that we beating up on. And I'm thinking, and you grow up and you think back like, okay, you get in Ohio and it's a whole new concept. But look how many guys up there. And I seen when we got in Ohio, I seen dogs right off of Rasco, dogs right off of Bosco, Kingfish dogs, art dogs. I mean, every type of dog that you could possibly imagine when we started learning these pedigrees was like, all that shit was right there. How much in Ohio do you think I seen men that were kennel blind? See, Ohio was different. See, in North Carolina, it wasn't nothing to go and see 10 and 15 dogs on a man's yard. You get to Ohio, you may be seeing 4 or 5 at the most. Now, if you're dealing with 4 or 5 dogs, and these guys I'm talking about, these were considered fast lane men. We didn't know this, but I learned to know and understand their way of thinking because we're right there with them. They didn't need a lot of dogs because they didn't have the room, but if the dogs that they had, you can damn sure best believe they had the right dogs. That became very important. Limited space. So you had to make sure that you had the right shit that you was feeding. So you kind of understand where that comes from. Where did that way of thinking come from? Because look at the people that surround us. We're not in North Carolina now, we're in Ohio. What changes our way of thinking? Well, we don't have the ability to have the big yard in Ohio, even though we end up creating one, you know. I think we had like almost 10, at the most 15, but we had pens, 9 big pens, and then you had the whelping cage, cage and shit like that. We was trying to make it work simply because of our situation in North Carolina. We knew we could raise a bunch of dogs if we had the right equipment to take care of them. So yeah, things did change. But let's talk about the quality of the dogs and the difference when it came down to the people that we were dealing with when it came to the dogs. You know what I'm saying? We couldn't help but get better. How do we get better? Because we were learning. We're learning from people who has a mindset in order to play in that lane that they were playing in. This is what it took, twin. These are the type of dogs you need, twin. Come ride it with us and let us show you. Okay. So when I talk about the quality of the dog, and I don't sit here and be bashing people. I'm just telling y'all this is a reality of something that I'm 65 years old, fellas. 2021. I know that's well over 40 plus years dealing with American Pit Bull Terriers. I'm sitting here telling you the smaller things that we don't just blot out, but you be saying, this shit was a process. And when I look back on it at my age and I look back, and see and tell y'all about, look, fellas, this is what this was looking like. This is what they was doing. Not everybody could do and have good dogs, but yet you couldn't tell them that. You know, the more we won in Carolina, we didn't have no problems with the competition, because now the word of mouth and everybody they're gonna go, they gonna come and beat that ass because they feel like they got the yard to do it. Well, guess what, fellas? That shit ran out. That shit ran out. And when they stole Bruiser, that's when it was time to go. Because that's how bad the hating got. It wasn't the big people who were doing things with their dogs. You remember James Edward had a one in the box. He was already getting ready to do. That's how we know, Mo told you the story about the little skinny dog. He bought out of the box with the big weight collar around his neck, and you know how shocking that was. Even when we did Bruiser and them, we never pulled them down that low because we didn't know that we needed to pull them down that low. They said wait, and all we needed was a scale, and the rest we adding the work to them. So I guess just that little bit that we was doing should be able to give you an idea of the type of dogs we was actually dealing with. And when we talk about them dogs we was dealing with, and I can go back and pull up their pedigrees, because now them same dogs had a history. Y'all will actually see we had some badass dogs. Badass dogs. And that ain't because nobody gonna tell us. I'm trying to tell y'all, these dogs are bred this way, and I'm telling you, them dogs, were twice as better than them dogs that them boys had in North Carolina. And they was right there with these people. But y'all ain't getting them dogs from them people. How's that working out for you? It didn't look good on them. And why did it have to be them to be the biggest haters? Because we don't know shit, but if we beating up on you, we automatically in that world of you ain't got things, keep bringing that shit. We clear out your yard. You can't pull out one. I mean, it caused a big confusion, because when people go to talking, and when you dog talking with people who think they know what they're talking about, they're standing out there on the yard with them there. This here is so and so. He offered so and so and so and so. He not him. He about that life. He a bad dog. That one right there. He'll get one. Yeah. And so in your early years, you looking at him. He looked tough and everything, because that's the only way we could have possibly been looking at him, being we didn't know shit anyway. I want to give a big shout out to Bugs with the goods, coming in with a 5-piece, showing the love. Appreciate the love, fam. They coming in, and they really believe in their shit. But how many times you gonna keep beating up on different people who's supposed to be the real deal, and they gonna accept it? That was an introduction to the dog game for us. But you gotta still remember, we're still Marines. So our mentality and our way of dealing with things was always going to be a little brash, because we're Marines. I mean, you can have all the attitude you want. We prefer you go get your dog, and then all that other shit, we can deal with that too. But remember, we young. We sticking our chests out because we feel like we got some badass dogs, and y'all have yet to prove us that we don't. So yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, we was on that high horse. The Ohio situation brought us back down, because yeah, we might have been beating up the boys in the yards, in the neighborhoods, coming through with these dogs out of Carolina. Everybody else, the twins back, they got these bulldogs because everybody always known us for having guard dogs. So yeah, the bulldogs being on the scene was a total different thing than we coming home from the Marine Corps and we coming back into the city with bulldogs. I guess it was kind of being a thing there. We didn't really get deep into, you know, that part of the game immediately because we hadn't raised up enough. We hadn't raised enough noise. See, when we got hooked up with Pope, and for you people who don't know James Pope, you know that Abernathy Shirley was James Pope's dog. Them Burt dogs, James Pope. Them blue dogs, as far as the blue, them snooty dogs that he had, with all of them seem to have that one, blue eye. That's James Pope doing that shit. That was Pope. And when a mouthpiece like that man had on him, we didn't have no problems on beating up people in the neighborhood or from different sides of the city. Even went to Cleveland, got some in. And I think about them people and be thinking about, them was just dudes with dogs that they really wasn't, they were just people with dogs. They really wasn't into what we was fixing to get into when it came to the dogs. See, that's when our life changed because now we start messing with a real dog man out here doing the dumb shit, and got our first loss. That's what judo. Didn't even have no business even messing with them people. Didn't have no business even messing with them based on we didn't know what the hell we was doing to even be over to messing around with them. But thank God that we did. Because they seen something in this, some of them guys, and they took that time to spend. And if you're willing to listen and learn, I'll take you for a ride. Now, that take me all the way back to Kobe, Leitner, Maurice Carver, Earl Tudor, Stone City, Southern Kennels. Remember, I throw them in there because I know them was two kennels that I knew personally that they really didn't like each other, really. But for some odd reason, they got together and they created something. Well, I know Tudor and Maurice Carver didn't like each other either. I don't know which one did what, but somebody took a dog and then brought the dog back and he come out and he find the dog hanging on the front porch. I mean, I know that Tudor and Carver, one of them has something to do with that shit. And then you talk about the old Mr. Fitzwater, when we talk about Fitzwater's Goldie, but then you think about Fitzwater, look, we back in the time of all these gangsters, we always hear the story of Earl Tudor, but guess what, fellas? He was a bootlegger. He fought his chickens. We know he did his dogs. And, all these different things about these men because that is their life. We can't go back and change their life. The stories kind of fill you in. But then that's the greatness of the Bulldog game because you get a chance to read about the individual. But if you live in your own experience in the game, you're going to have these type of individuals that you're going to run across just like we did. How you going to skip over something in this game is impossible because there's no way around the experience. To accept the full responsibility of knowing what a good dog is first and foremost and understanding what it meant to bring the best to the best, you will have had to live through a certain time that where you was able to understand exactly what that meant. That ain't something that somebody can just tell you. You're going to learn that through trial and error. And then you wonder why we go through the things that we go through with these bulldogs. And you got to understand, do you really know why we go through the things that we go through these bulldogs? Because this really, truly, some people really love this game. I found a lot of the greats really love this game. Most of the great dogs that I was running across throughout all these years, and which makes it funny to me because when I be telling it, you know, y'all talk about two dogs running around the house together, right? But then I'm telling you about grand champions and grand champions running loose on the chain. I named 3 of them. Tornado with a house pet. I know Yellow Bug with a house pet. And there's one more I know with a house pet. Yellow Bug. Tornado. Oh, grand champion Ace. Now, those are 3 dogs I can truly tell you that if you, 2 of them I know I seen do it. I seen Yellow Bug do it. And I seen grand champion Ace do it. These are 2 dogs that could run around the yard amongst other dogs. And I think you heard Triple M tell you about Tornado. Run out the house, run around the yard, and then run back in the house. You know what I'm saying? So can't tell me what a good damn bulldog's supposed to look like and act like. Not when they doing that type of shit. So that thought and that way of thinking for me, it's been gone. So for all you youngsters out there, for all you newbies that think that you know, your dog can't be that dog, well, I've seen some great ones, and they was about that life. And guess what? They can still run out the damn door off a leash, unhandled, and walk right back down to a bunch of dogs and walk right back into a damn house. Now, and these ain't no bullshit dogs. So understanding that part right there, you be like, do you know what it takes to know to be able to let one loose and run out there like that? Like these men was actually let happen? They knew what they had. That's a learning experience within itself, fellas. That proved to me that in order to be even able to pull a stunt like that, you have to have a relationship with that dog. Now, keep in mind now, I'm not just talking like I don't understand as a dog trainer or what relationship with dogs mean. As a dog trainer, I understand. You taking a puppy who don't know nothing, and you got to make this dog be obedient to sit and stay. I mean, the simple shit. Before I can even turn him on and talk about attacking somebody, he got to be obedience trained to be able to listen to me. When I tell you to stop, damn it, you stop. When I tell you to go get him, I want you to go get him full force. That's a training process. That shit takes time. It takes a relationship. It takes an understanding of what you're trying to get out of your dog. And being that all dogs ain't the same, you have to be skilled enough to do that with any dog. Now you bring that over on the other side of the fence where that box is. No, you can't get me to believe no shit about just because 2 dogs is out there running around, meaning that dog's a piece of shit. No. I'm not a believer in that. I done seen some shit too many times. Nah, them the ones you better be worried about. Them the ones you need to be asking yourself. You say that's a what? That's a 6-time winner doing that. You say what? That's a double grand champion doing that. Huh? So, hear my words. Them little comments don't mean shit. That shit, unless you done it, you wouldn't even understand how that was even possible. You would. It sounds like a bunch of shit. Oh, you want shit. Well, these dogs got history. Ain't nothing. You can go back and read their match reports, say whatever the fuck you want to say. But the fact is, where yours at? Which brings me to another point. That man wrote that story in the early 80s, Indian Sunny. And he made a very important point when he made that comment about how people take a good bloodline and get away from what made that bloodline good. Remember, he even said, throw the papers out the window. Throw the bloodline out the window. And let's just stick to breed the best to the best. How about let's make it that simple, fellas? Because that's what he did say. The dog started losing its ability to maintain the quality and what made it great because of the people who's doing the breeding are getting away from what made it worth even talking about. You hear where I'm coming from? Same conversation that I've heard us have today. I have more people with cheerleading and pom-poms and papers slinging around that, guess what? What that man said back in the early 80s still hold true to this day. Do we have more of them now than we had then? I don't think so. Because he always was stressing the point in his article, in that interview, that he was always trying to make the breedings better. Now, we've all agreed to that. Do the dogs get better over time? They're supposed to. You heard him say it way back there in the 80s, and y'all heard us say it in 2025. Why do we say it in 2025? Because that's the standard, the original standard of the American Pit Bull Terrier from day one. Not everybody's going to make it. Not everybody's going to do it. He states that not everybody can do it. You feel me? Not everybody can do that. So when I take y'all back on this bus and talk about a conversation like that, and let's apply it to the day, the kennel blindness. When I hear people talk about Mayday and some of these other great dogs, but I go back and look at the match report and I be wondering, man, you was around back in that time, right? Yeah. Well, how come I don't see your name in none of these dogs? Is there anything that you climbed over the wall against? Anything? Do you have to have that conversation? Would you be willing to show me something? Don't have to be a lot. I just need to understand where you get that way of thinking from. And then you kind of got to feel me when I be, saying, the only reason the Mayday line is watered down is based on the same thing that was in Indian Sunny's conversation when he talked about how a bloodline just deteriorated and went to shit because the people got away from what made these dogs great, because it's all about breeding the best to the best and forget about the papers. I mean, he's saying it. I've lived it, and I'm just repeating. I hear people talk about what was watered down. Just because you had a Mayday dog don't mean he was about that life. But if you was around when that first 17 hit the scene, and I know you got some 5-time, 3 times, 6-time, 7-time winners in there, and you mean to tell me with all that going on, your name ain't on none of them losses? You ain't got no losses? I mean, you didn't even never climb over the box against one of them. Remember, we can only, we talk a lot about the Mayday dogs and the Stone City dogs and the hardcore dogs because those are some of the people we was running with here in Florida. But we still had Slingshot, and a couple of other fellas around here. Them Florida boys, they got a chance. When we got here in Florida, we wasn't no rookies no more. To get in Florida, you coming down through here with some bulldogs, you better make sure you got some good damn bulldogs before you get out here thinking that you're just gonna come down through here and they got shit. See, we was already pre-prepped before we got here to Florida. Look at all the New Yorks, the Tennessees, all them dog men that we met over that whole time in Ohio. Florida didn't have a chance. All they could do is open their arms and welcome us. Why? Because that's the twins. They got some good dogs. Anybody want to find out? You going over there messing with it, you'll see. But look what the relationships it led to. We were still able to breed good dogs. We didn't have to get away from having to worry about selling dogs because that was never our thing. Our thing was to have good dogs. Use our own dogs. Do what we see everybody else doing. I can't tell you that the Abrahams was puppy pelleters because they never gave me a puppy. Didn't even know half the time that they was even breeding shit because every time we was hooking up, we was either talking dog bullshit or going to see some shit. Same thing with Mama. Same thing with Triple M. We're not just to have them people even to show up at our shows. And when we used to do our little convention things and bring all them people in and get to know all them people. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing in a lane that's different than the bullshit part that I see. I liked it better over here because this is over here is where the competition was. How can I say that? Well, I can say that now because I can take y'all back and say, well, fellas, if y'all just go back and look at the history, ain't nothing back there you can change, but I can tell you why I can say what I'm saying about these people right here. I ain't never told y'all we knew everybody in the game. But what I do speak for are the ones that I did know. And the shit that I did see, and I'm just telling you, these weren't no pushovers. How are they still able to maintain their bloodlines and these great dogs over a long period of time? I can tell you how, because I'm telling you, didn't I tell you we copied off of them? You heard the man say it. Indian Sonny, come on out. If you don't know who Indian Sonny is, and you sitting over in this room, and y'all know what kind of room this is, and I ain't trying to hurt your feelings, but just Google it. He's a respected dog man, legendary. I would think he would know what he's talking about. He's older than me. When he wrote that article, I was only 20-something years old. So I'm not going to sit here and be bashing him and talk, based on that article and say he don't know what he was talking about. Not when I lived and understand completely what he's talking about, even now in 2025. Because I did hear somebody in one of these interviews saying the same thing that they was talking shit about back in the past, we still talk about shit today. Well, that ain't the first time y'all heard me say that. It's the first time I heard somebody else other than us say that. The quality of the dog is always going to be matter. I mean, it's just evident that the quality is always going to be the key, regardless of what you're doing and how you're doing it. What separates the quality of the dog is always going to be based on the purpose. And over here, I'm only talking about the past of the American game dog, box dog. Let me get that straight. I don't want no confusion. And it'd be a good box dog. He's got to be able to have the stamina, the gameness, the ability, the mouth. There's so much more. I'm going to say all of the above because that's what I seen work. I never seen us being kennel blind. When you got too many, when you got good dogs on the yard, and you've been at this, you kind of know why you feed and what you feed, because at any given time, you're going to want to see what this 37 or 45 or 38 or 22 or 70-pound dog is really about when he's talking about a game dog. I ain't calling him a game dog because he's sitting there on the damn chain. I ain't, man, I'm just saying, being honest with you, man. Back then, when he probably wrote this, and I didn't know what he was talking about, if I read that, I wouldn't have understood a damn thing. I can understand how some of y'all feel right now in 2025 hearing me have this same conversation, because some of y'all wouldn't have a damn idea what the hell I'm talking about. No idea. Because if you did, you wouldn't hear it. It wouldn't be so much shit that I hear people saying and say it so freely. Because remember, this damn American technology has made things supposed to be a whole lot better. Remember what he said about the dog food? You can't tell me that the dog food back then that they were feeding them is going to be better than the dog food that they had even in this time period when the damn shit was in the supermarkets and the damn store. The man told you. Ain't no way in hell it could have been better. So that already showed you the things God was supposed to get better. But you still got to decipher the bullshit. You still was gonna have some to say, "Oh, that dog food, that store-bought dog food wasn't shit," and he's still trying to go out and do that other bullshit, and the yard still, dog still shitty as hell. Ain't worth talking about. But can't tell them that. Let them, just let them stay still. Let them do what they do. But don't be mad because we can't talk about them. We don't know them. We can't have a conversation when they don't have nothing to have a conversation about. And I can say that in 2025. They were saying it back then. I can say it now and stand on it, because what changed? That part never changed. A lot of people think they got that shit, but they really don't. Why? Because they don't. How would you know? Because over here, where I come from, back in our day and what they was doing long before us, they was using their dogs. They didn't have to talk shit. Now, you had those ones who did talk shit, but then I can't sit there and talk about them because read enough stories, you see some was 8, 9-time losers, and even in Victor's own interview, he told you about how he was getting his ass whooped. He had to make a change. But then y'all want to know why we crazy? Why are these men with these dogs so obsessed with something that's supposed to be so cruel? Well, from a real dog, man, and I'm only speaking from a real dog, man, because I'm talking about from where I come from as far as game dogs, box dogs. So I'm not meaning to put everybody down because if you don't do box, you ain't never done this shit. Hey, that's okay. That's a special breed of man right there. I'm just trying to get you to understand there's a difference between that kind of person and the other kind of bulldog man. I'm only talking for the ones who was willing to climb over that wall. I'm looking at the one who was talking about that gladiator, that Spartan, with gameness and ability and, the handling and the food, and they had a purpose. Yeah, I'm talking about those guys. Because we all going to have a different story, but we were all headed in the same direction. Some left a legacy behind to look at. To give you an example, that's what I'm bringing to the table. Let me tell y'all something about history, what it looks like. Now, how you going to argue about a motherfucker that has done something that you ain't never done? Hell, I see people arguing about what the new dog's supposed to look like, and they ain't never been to a confirmation show, ain't never ran up a wall, ain't never went out put no damn weight sled, ain't done a damn thing, but they know more than a motherfucker who done it. That's 2025. But I can tell you, guess what? They was doing it way back in 1980 and before. We had them out there. But then that's why I talk about we can't get mad when I hear people talk about people, you know, and I just don't know who you talk about. I don't know that bloodline, or I don't know that dog. And I know I come from a big community of dog, man. And if I miss them, trust and believe, because we didn't know them all. But if they was worthy of talking about, somebody gonna know them. Somebody gonna speak for them. Somebody gonna have something to show for them. Now you just ain't talking. You have something to show. Somebody's gonna speak. Somebody's gonna acknowledge. Because we all have to agree that we don't know everything, but in this community, if you were about something, somebody's gonna know. My thing is, did it hurt to hear somebody way back in 1982 talk about the destruction of a complete bloodline due to the lack of the people's ability to maintain what makes that dog good? I took seeing a lot of people take that same statement that he made when we said, and I actually say we don't know what the fuck we talking about. And I'm still trying to figure out, well, if Indian Sonny can say it, and there's many more who have said that, then I guess ain't none of us shit. But what makes you so right? Because you ain't never done nothing. So who's actually listening to what you're saying? I'm going to tell you who's listening. That person like we was back in 1982 when we got our first 4 bulldogs. You couldn't have told us shit. We had some badass dogs. We just felt like we knew every goddamn thing. They didn't tell us shit. I have said this. They gave us the papers. I'll tell you, one of them was a 64, generation. I mean, it looked like it covered a whole damn wall. But we didn't know shit. But you couldn't have told us that back then when we were running around beating up on everybody. Why? Because we were playing in a different league. And the ones who thought they knew what they was, them 15, 20 years thinking they was going to come beat up on these young boys over here. They don't know shit. Well, guess what? They bullshit was uncovered. Because even based on we didn't know shit, we had better dogs. How about that? That's a wake-up call for me, because back then we wouldn't have been thinking like that. But I can sit here and tell y'all, I done lived past all that shit, and I tell you, back then, fella, I'm telling you, they really didn't have shit. They couldn't have had shit. For us to be so green and beating up on their shit, not knowing shit. I call that total kennel blindness. I think about all them conversations before we ever did anything, all the shit that they used to talk about when we was all sitting around talking about bulldogs and we didn't really know shit, and they talk about this and talk about that, and how I beat up on so-and-so. Well, so-and-so right around the corner from you, and he's supposed to have a good one. And we come through here, we going to beat up on both of y'all. Now y'all going to be hating. Now you don't even want to go get another dog because you already embarrassed. I know what that shit looked like, fellas. I can imagine how they felt. Because I was one of them stupid asses, me and Mo, got the dog running outside the car when we get in Ohio, going to a dog that was damn near 7 pounds bigger than us. Didn't have no business in there. Up doing something like 46, and the dog that Judo was supposed to be a 37 pounder. That's just dumb shit. Yeah, we had to own that, but you couldn't have told us then because our heads was that damn big. We was totally out of our league. Totally jumping into something that we ain't had no business in. But guess what? That was just part of the learning process. We didn't give up. If we did anything, we got determined because we realized there was a lot that we didn't know. So it took years to get better. I'm just trying to take you down the path of the quality. The dog's supposed to get better over time. Well, I believe we are a proven fact of that because our dogs did get better over time. We in the part of the dog game if we ain't out there playing. So we get a chance to see a whole lot of dogs over a whole lot of damn years, damn near 40 plus years. Well, why can't we be in a position to be able to tell you how these dogs was going to be if we hadn't been some of them that was climbing over the wall? We were a major part of the game that we got a chance to see and witness and understand why we talk about these great dogs, reason we talk about these great dogs. It's always been about the best to the best. For us. Didn't have to be like that for everybody, fellas. Because I can't get inside another man's head and tell you what he was thinking. But the man did tell you how Kobe was thinking. Kobe didn't really care about the papers. Kobe cared about breeding the best to the best. When they got outside of that, the Kobe dogs became shit. I didn't say that. And then Sonny said that. But that ain't the only time I've seen him felt like that because I know that when I look at Mayday and look at some of these other great dogs like the dogs, you know, that old George dog that Luther and Dunk and Satan and the motherfuckers come from, that old man that been raising them dogs and breeding them dogs all them years. And these certain individuals are the only ones who can put their hands on these dogs. And these dogs are out there smashing people. I mean, great dogs. Luther, great dog. Satan, great dog. Dunk, great dog. And many more. But there's only certain individuals that had them dogs, who had a chance to get them dogs. That to me was an example of here's a man that don't nobody know of, but these couple people, and he's producing these great ass dogs, and he don't even, you know, he ain't even promoting the shit. You gotta remember what I told you when Mo said he went to get Timex and Satan, and I think it was a female. All three of them, they was attack dogs. You know, they was mean as hell, but they was all staying together. See, when you know and you see shit like that and see the outcome, and like, you know, if you take a statement like that and just say them dogs wasn't shit, well, them dogs turned out to be great dogs. And I'm just literally not just bullshit. They became great dogs because history's going to tell you. In this game, these were known as great. They were great dogs. So my way of thinking and saying the things that I say, I'm only going to say them and speak on them because I live that life. I understand. And then Sonny now, but when I was new to this, I would have never understood what the fuck he was talking about. Just like I see some guys that be out here just saying shit that is almost obvious that I know you don't have no idea what you're talking about. You're just trying to have a conversation, but you have no idea what you're actually saying. So can we all agree that at some point that it's true over the years dogs are supposed to get better? Okay, so if we're gonna give y'all that, then y'all need to give me that one section of when he said, due to getting away from what made these dogs better. We had to be able to maintain the same thing that made them great. And if you ain't doing that, then don't matter what that bloodline is. If it ain't shit, it just ain't gonna be shit. Them papers ain't gonna make that dog bout it. Just because you got it from so-and-so don't make that dog bout it. See, that's where I'm going. Because this modern technology has opened the floodgates of bullshit. And y'all ride with it. Ride with it. But I don't get involved because I don't know what the future gonna look like. Because like Indian Sonny was speaking, he's only speaking from the game dog side, the box dog. That's the only side I can talk from. I can't talk about a confirmation show because I ain't never done one. I ain't never ran one up the wall. I ain't never got in a competition to run a treadmill. I ain't did no competition for our weight pulling. Fellas, we ain't done that, and we ain't even trying to front like we have. But I done been around enough box dogs and box men and understand this history well enough that I'm a true believer in order for this game to continuously move forward. When you talk about the things that matter, gameness, mouth, stamina, bite, being able to reproduce, the genetic, all that shit should only matter to a man who is doing box shit. And I ain't telling y'all to go out and do box shit, but I'm trying to tell you is you can't compare what you ain't doing to something that they was doing. There's two different types of, there's two different dogs right here, fellas. That's two different conversations. And if you ain't never done it, what the hell can you talk about? Really? How much trust you telling me what a good dog is and you ain't never had one? Really? Because everybody got a good dog when you telling your story until his ass quit. Or ain't never got started. That's what a kennel blindness is, because the dog might be looking at the papers so much that you don't want to spoil the papers because it might spoil your puppy sales. We're living in a different era. We're living in a different time, which means the conversation should be different. There shouldn't be nobody out here talking about a good dog unless you're talking about confirmation, running up a wall or a treadmill or anything like that. Why can't that be part of your conversation? I'm more comfortable when you're having that conversation than to sit back and talk about, I had a Mayday dog who wasn't shit. Well, if I remember when Victor Acar's interview, he had a lot of them paddling dogs, but he was always getting his ass kicked, so he had to make a change. He didn't make a change because there wasn't no confirmation shows. He didn't make a change because he was, trying to run up a wall and couldn't get up a wall. No, what he was doing, he was climbing over that box, what he thought was good, and he was getting his ass whooped. And he got tired of getting his ass whooped, so he had to make a change. And in that change, he leveled the fuck up. That's the conversation I'm talking about. Here's a man who's telling you how he used to get his ass whooped. Who tell you, here's his change. And he came out of it lucky as hell, because for me, I think he still had one of the greatest dogs in American Pit Bull Terrier history. He's one of them. care who like that or who don't get tired of hearing it. The fact is, you can't change it, and you got to be able to sit down and talk about, what you got. That part right there. It's easier to talk about somebody's success and downplay it and shit all on it until the question is dropped on you. Because, we've always made that point. What makes you even worthy of even having that type of conversation? What you got to show for your comments to make you even worth listening to? Because that's the platforms that I see around here. And that's not knocking nobody. That's just me trying to get an understanding of what, and then Sonny said way back in 1982, 3. Whole bloodlines disappearing due to what? The lack of what? Still holds true to this day. I'm not one here to be trying to sell y'all on dreams and possibilities. Because every dog man is responsible for himself. What I'm here to explain and to try to talk about, when I say let's talk about dogs, is the American Pit Bull Terrier, the game side of the game. Because that's the only part that I can talk about. It's the only part that Mo can talk about. That's the only part that we can stand on and understand where we come from, because we is talking about our own experience. I'm pretty sure Indian Sunny, when he wrote that story, he was only talking about his own experience. I can relate to what he was talking about when he said, Kobe, and how Kobe was creating them good dogs, and how the people out there now try to keep the Kobe line going, and it turned into nothing that it started out being, because they wasn't doing the same things that Kobe was doing. So yeah, that bloodline, just because it said Kobe, don't mean it's worth about nothing. It don't mean shit. And he right. Just because it say man, it don't mean shit. Just because it say Jeep don't mean shit. Chinaman, Frisco, any of them, just because it had them names in it don't mean shit from where I come from. Sometimes I be thinking y'all forget where we come from. It's not like I'm a kid talking to you. It's like we don't know what we talk about, because it's our life. We the ones that lived it. We just sharing the experience. Didn't ask nobody's permission. Didn't ask you whether you liked it or not. That's why I understand why Mo be biting people's heads off sometimes, because how you gonna question him and what he think he know? Last thing we want to do is be sitting here trying to feed you a bunch of bullshit. Y'all have problems dealing with the real shit, because we're not gonna let no bullshit get through over here. If we don't know, we just don't know. But don't get mad because what we do know you don't like, because then I got a problem. And when I got a problem with it, then I'm not arguing with people going back and forth. I cut you off. But I'm gonna give you every opportunity in the world to hit that link. Come put up your fight, because that's what it's all about anyway. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm always open to offer anybody the opportunity to voice your opinion. But don't come at me with no bullshit talking about, Michael Jordan is, Kobe better than Michael Jordan. LeBron ain't shit. Okay, wait a minute. Them 3 guys lived in their own different eras. Y'all just done forgot about, I talk about some of my greats. I was back there, when Bill Russell and Clyde the Glide Walt Frazier and Willis Reed and Nick Barnett was running around with the New York Knicks. And I remember when the Iceman and Dr. J and Daryl Dawkins, you know, these are players I could go back and name a whole bunch of players that I grew up watching basketball that y'all don't have no idea who some of these players are. The Oscar Robinsons, the Luau Cinders, you know. I can go, man, there's a list of them. When the ABA hooked up with the NBA, that was the best thing that ever could happen to the NBA. Because now you don't bought the full impact of real ball players playing real ball. It ain't like it was when you had the American League Baseball, then you had the Black League Baseball. Every time they got a chance, you know, you take the American League and they go over there and play in the Black League just to have that expedition game. Nobody wanted to talk about that, you know, because why? You know, why? Because they got tired of seeing the black team beat up on the white team. But somebody had to break the barrier. Don't think these dogs wasn't done the same way. But the fact is, fellas, greatness, good, best of best, have always overcome the obstacles throughout whatever sport it was, regardless of color. And I say that because time proves that. Understand where I'm coming from. Just because we in 2025, yeah, there's a whole lot of color issues still going on. Everything ain't really, you know, changed. You know, we already know how that works. We still got a lot of work to do. But one thing I can tell you about this Bulldog game, if it was that bad, really, a young man, 2 young men, 3 young men, I know Paul was from Pittsburgh, and we from Ohio. Benny was from Ohio. That man gave us dogs, and we didn't pay 1 dime. And you know what? They didn't give us no bullshit either. They gave us some real deal Holyfield shit. And there was going to be any faults in them dogs. It wouldn't have had nothing to do with what they gave us. It would have had a whole lot to do with our stupidity. And being an older man looking back on that, I have always respected them men for what they did. They gave it to us. They didn't tell us what to do and how to do it, but the fact that they gave us some real shit and said if they're really dedicated to this shit, y'all figure it out. I never forgot that. And I stand on that to this day to even have this conversation that I'm having simply because it's important for me to get y'all to understand. If you do your history and just look back and get your head out your ass, the conversations we have over here is best to the best is just what it means. We be the best bulldogs we have to each other to get the best, to be able to compete. And how will we know that? We're willing to take the risk and use it. Use it. Been doing it for years. Been performing for years. History has given us dogs to even talk about. Everybody can't have this conversation. Everybody can't talk like I'm talking because you ain't never experienced it. You don't know what it is to even get that far. It's easy to talk about it than to actually do it. Not everybody could do it. And not everybody we can talk about because we don't know about it because they wasn't able to do it to the level that these men that we talk about have done it. So we know there's levels to this shit. So we talk about the past. Yeah, you make it real hard for me or Mo to sit here and try to understand some of the shit that come out your mouth looking at it from our point of view. Because if you're new to this and you ain't never done it, You would think we like we some cocky. Y'all think y'all cocky. I even heard somebody say that we supposed to be better than so and so. And you know damn well, I can tell you a whole lot of damn people that was better than us. I can just tell you this: we wasn't nothing to be fucking with, and we made it possible for people to climb over that wall because we're gonna be on the other side, regardless if you're willing to do that. We're just not gonna talk about it. At least we're gonna climb over the wall and see. Because that's pretty much what everybody else was doing. Why would we change that? If that's the game that I've come from, what other way would you think I would be thinking? You think I'm going to be lowering my motherfucking standards just so you motherfuckers can understand? Y'all got this game over here fucked up. Because I clearly make clear from our opening intro into this video, all these videos, that's why I don't ever change shit. Because the reality of it is, over here, this is what we talking about. We understand the impact of the game. What we're trying to do is share. There's a lot of them guys, y'all, that they ain't in no books. There's a lot of them guys who had great dogs and y'all don't have no idea because ain't nobody willing to talk about them. I'm just glad to know we got a few willing to get out there and just share the love. But I don't share that spot with nobody's. I don't. Give a damn how y'all take that. If I offended anybody by saying that, then defend yourself and show me why I should, by showing me that at least you somebody. Because even I have enough respect to know when a real one above me come in the room, I know how to shut up, just sit back and listen. Because if I know if I got my mouth closed, I'm going to be able to hear something. I'm not going to sit back and try to challenge a person who I have done nothing nowhere close to what they have done. So what the fuck do I have to say? Y'all ain't figured that out yet? Is it that important to have to say something, to be acting like you know something, when really the reality of this game is always built on, don't talk that shit, better be about that shit, climb your ass over that wall. How many times you done been over that wall? How many times you been successful willing to go over that wall? Because understanding just you being able to do that much, we can clearly understand the responsibility that you have put in to be able to do just that much right there. Now, what the work comes out of it will determine when it's time to climb out the box. How'd you fare? Did it quit on you? Did you get outclassed? Did they really just have a better dog? Or did you win? One goddamn thing for sure. You're going to know the outcome of that dog on that day. The fact is, regardless of what everybody else thought they might sing, what's the fact? You won or you lost. That's not going to be debatable. That's going to be a fact. And I think that's always going to be the upper hand when it comes down to the game that I talk about compared to some of the games that other people talk about when it comes to grading these dogs. So I don't want y'all to lose, our perception of this podcast. We didn't never come in here trying to be like anybody when it came to this podcast. This podcast was strictly meant for the sole purpose of Mo getting this shit off his chest and giving recognition to the men who made it possible for us to have one of the best times that we ever had in our life, as far as being competitive in a sport that we enjoyed. And we wasn't in this game alone because we weren't the only people that felt like this. So yeah, we might be a little bit of crazy about us. It might be a little something to be wondering, how the fuck did these guys be like this? I mean, I got, the Kenny Islands, the True Colors. These people died in these pits. There's people who died over these dogs. I mean, this is some serious shit. Over some dogs. Yeah, that makes us different and crazy. But so what? We're talking about 2025 now. I don't have nothing to do with what y'all supposed to be doing and what y'all call good or what y'all call supposed to be looking goddamn it better. I don't know what that looked like, and I'm sure as hell ain't the one to be sitting here talking about, talking shit on it, because the dogs have always got better. But who are the people responsible for knowing that? In my era, the ones who was climbing over the wall. I don't know what the next era is going to look like, but I do try to introduce to y'all that even back in our day, we did have confirmation shows. Yeah, we did have people who was doing the sled mills and all that other shit. It just died off. They don't have it as much. It's not as popular as it should be. I think if you're taking away this part of the game and you really want to see a change, you would think that part of the game of the confirmations and all these weight pulling and the things that we know that these dogs are capable of doing, that we should have an abundance of these shows. But we don't. But everybody trying to sell a dog. Everybody trying to breed a dog. And everybody jumps on these podcasts like they know what the fuck they talking about. But yet, please understand what I speak to what I speak, because I come from a world of don't just talk about it, be about it. That's not hard to understand. It's no different than what Indian Sonny said. You know? The only way how you gonna know a dog good if you ain't doing what it takes to find out? How are you doing it? That's all he said. That's all that we've ever said. How are you gonna talk about good and quality if what we do by doing what? Because the papers? Or because you said so? And because we say this, it's supposed to be a crime? How can it be a crime when I'm only talking about the past? How can it be a crime when we didn't create this? How is it going to be a crime if this was a part of something that has been going on for years? But it is a crime, fellas. So that goes to tell you, at some point, for all of us who was doing it, it didn't matter. So if we're going to have a fault, let it be that one. Don't try to compare the future good dog to the dog of the past. You can't, because it's supposed to be two different dogs. Not saying the underground are going to always be the underground. I mean, I did say, for us, even in our time and even through the 80s and then before then, I mean, the law had made an issue about, the situation of dogfighting, but it didn't stop these people. They handled things a lot different. I told you when we was coming up in the game, there wasn't nobody walking through no door with no gun or showing up at a show with a cell phone. Might have been 200-300 people there, but everybody was going to be accountable for everybody, that was in there. If you couldn't account for that person that's standing next to you, then somebody asked, somebody better speak up, speak for them. I mean, that's the game that I can only sit here and share with you guys, because that's damn near 40 years of seeing the same thing in different places all over the country and the world. Okay? That's nothing to be hating on. There's no hatred there. You feel me? Over here, we enjoying the past. I hear people talk about, STP, and they great accomplishment, but I think I know a Kennel, Super Kennels, to me, have a better record than STP did, and I know that's saying a lot. But at least I know I can stand on that, because you think I don't have the proof? Really? Have y'all ever sat down and I'm only speaking this based on history and really realized just how many champions and grand champions that came through super kennels? And they weren't even breeders. You heard them say they've been on the show. Twin, we weren't breeding dogs at the time. Because hell, how you gonna be over there and you when we know each other, you still ain't let me get that breeding out? Because when we weren't breeding dogs at the time, they ain't know, but you let them get in. We can have them conversations because them are the conversations that we can have because we was trying. I might have my little big head because for some odd reason, when you got the big boys coming to your yard and they trying to buy a dog, you trying to sell them some good shit. Why is we thinking like that? How come when people come to the yard, no, we don't sell dogs, but then we end up selling dogs? We not trying to feed them no bullshit. We trying to give them the best shit. And then to go see them same people take your shit and they get what they pay for. They get even more. How can you not appreciate that? That the right person had the right dogs and did the right thing. And there's a lot of people who did that with our dogs. So that should be able to tell y'all that our dogs could do what they could do in our hands and other people's hands. Looking at all that, it's already happened now. So I can look back and say, yeah, our dogs were like that. And we still not better than some of these other people that we keep hollering about. But we're trying to tell you, where do we get that from? We got it from them. You remember James Edwards and them? They gave us that good shit. They didn't give us bullshit. Maybe they was giving them other guys down there because, why did they thought they had some shit. I'm pretty sure it would have had to come from somebody that they knew around there, and they just been breeding that same garbage ass shit over time and swearing them down. They've novice they shit and it's still garbage. He said, I know we had better dogs. How do I know? Because we was beating their ass with it. Why would they be hating? Because they were kennel blind. It took them men who gave us some dogs for us to go out there and prove to them that they had garbage. That's that shit he was talking about. It might have came from James. It might have came from Dr. Kimsey. It might have came from Triplet. Some of them might have came from goddamn Cheryl Powell, even though I ain't never known none of them brothers and, the people down there that had any of Cheryl Powell's dogs. And especially, I know why, because he was shipping them off back to up in Pittsburgh. So we right there. I know what he doing. Remember, he had Levi. Where you think Blood BA come from? We got his dogs, but ain't now y'all got none of Cheryl Powell's dogs? Can't tell me that motherfucking story, fellas, when I'm living this shit. Give a damn how y'all feel about what we saying, but the fact is, I'm living this shit from a young kid up to an old ass man, and I can sit back and look over all of it, and I think I'm pretty intelligent enough to understand how I just live my life and why do I still see myself talking about these goddamn dogs. Because of the love of the game. Why you look how many people sit out here and go to these shows and sit here and listen to this bullshit. There's nothing I feel like I'm doing right now but telling the truth. And if that's not entertaining to you, because I ain't bringing no drama to the table or sitting over here cussing somebody out, then maybe it's not me that need to be here, but it's you who don't need to be here. Because you already know we've been here 3 years coming up on. Y'all know what we talk about here. Always have and always will. Gonna try to keep it real. And like I said, for those who just coming in late, go back and watch the beginning of the video and just, follow the story along where, that I talked about something that Indian Sunny wrote back in the early 80s. And I swear to you, tell me, it ain't gonna, you would think he wrote that in 2025. He just used Kobe as his reference. But I could take that same conversation that he had and put Mayday there, and it would come out with the same results. Just change the names. And then you understand where I'm going. Because I'm still the box guy. I don't know what the looks like, so don't get mad at me. I don't even pretend. I ain't never seen my brother pretend, because Mo don't even like having that conversation. He don't even want to hear it, because he don't know no other way but this way right here. Can't hate on him for that. How you gonna tell a man that done spent all this time and still deal with dogs to this time period right now that he don't know what the fuck he talking about? But you ain't got shit to show me that you have any idea of what you talking about. There's a whole lot of that shit going on. Us old timers, we ain't shit, but I still hear them old timers' names. It only works for you when you want it to work. But again, this is not a bashing situation. This is a reality check. Cause I've been watching Mo blow up. And y'all know I don't blow up. When I blow up, I'm getting rid of some shit. When I blow up, I don't never have to worry about seeing or hearing your ass again in this podcast. And I don't do that often. But I've been watching some of the shit. And, and I get around and I watch everybody's shit. I can truly tell y'all, Mo don't do that shit. I do that shit. I don't need to comment on anything, because for me, I don't know as much as Mo know. And if I comment, I'm out of and said something wrong, because I've done it plenty of times. That's why I stopped doing it. I just sit back and just watch the shows and enjoy them. And go from there. But I hate to see him blowing up, because he really does take that shit personal. I think everybody has an opinion. It's easy to say you got some good shit, but can you prove it? Because that's the world that I come from. That's the world that he knows. That's the world that he created, that he can say, we got going hard dogs. He didn't say we got Jeep dogs or Stone City dogs or Southern Kennel dogs or, Most Wanted dogs or STP dogs. You don't ever hear him say none of that shit. He just call them what they are. Why? Because he created it. He bred that. That's when he can say, we did that. We put that shit to work. Yeah. Other people could take that same shit and do something with it. It didn't completely die, fellas. Remember that comment? And I'm pretty sure when I look down through my motherfucking chat, I see a whole lot of damn people that been with me from day one. You know what I mean? They've been with this show from way before it even became a show, way back when Pro had Mo on. And you can tell, and if you've been around that long, most stories don't change. But the reality of it is, that's his life. That's his story. That is his way of showing you, yo, I'm not bullshitting, because I can show you. I can give you a better insight because I was there. I'm not going to tell you something ain't going to work if it didn't work for me. I'm going to tell you, well, when I did it, it didn't work. That's how Mo is. But fellas, if y'all been around the dog game, and you ever been in the room with 100, 200 dog men? For everybody who went to Tom Gardner's pig picking, with all them people there, did you meet anybody new? Did you meet any of the old timers? Did you get a chance to talk to them about some of the shit that they've done in their past? Or were you just there for the competition? Because one thing I noticed, and I've been to times, there's two type of people there. You got the one who was there to just enjoy the company and to meet the people, and then while I'm there, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into this competition. And then you just had them true dieharders, damn twins. I came all the way to so and so because I heard y'all was gonna be here. I just wanted to meet you and I wanted to talk dog. Well, while they were saying that to me, I was saying the same thing to goddamn Snake Man, Tom, Mr. Finley. You know what I'm saying? Uh, what was their name? The Dun. Damn, it doesn't slip my mind. But y'all know what I'm talking about. What is they? The Dun. Oh, I can't even remember their name, and I know it started with a D. Y'all help me out here. I told y'all the story when it came down to taking the picture, and just right there. See, I know how Moby getting because it's right there, and I should know that name right off the bat. But those are the people that, when you know people looking at us, and I'm looking at these other people. You know, find it, just to hear, Tom, yeah, I'll be watching y'all show. Or say something that I knew he seen the show, or hear Snake Man make a comment like that. Yeah, I watch y'all show. Let me take a picture with the twins. For some that might not mean that, but for us that meant a lot. I told y'all how I felt when Ozzy and T.L. Williams. We know when we first got doing the show, and and Schoolboy was, Schoolboy one of them hard ones, and he was one of them. He gonna let you know if real is real. And to hear him come back, they real as hell. Never knew Schoolboy personally. But they ain't gonna sit here and tell me that anybody in this game and you in the fast lane and you don't know who the hell we are. Just to hear one of the people that he asked, old man T.L. Williams. Known this man a couple times. He's been to a couple of our shows. Our conventions that we put together. Never knew who the man was personally. But I could tell you, I remember what he looked like. He was always standing in the back. Cool as hell. But then we still talking about amongst 75 to 100 and something people. So when my mind wasn't just on as individuals, but my mind was, first of all, keeping everybody comfortable and just having a good show. Be like everybody else. Be able to show what we've learned over these years, that we can produce a great show for everybody to feel comfortable and show up. We wanted to play every aspect of this game, man. That's what mattered to me. That's what I think Indian Sunny was just trying to say. Will the quality of the dog be the same? Because they have always got better, even if we're nothing but based on technology. And y'all know that we use StoryWords, but there are supplements to do better than what StoryWords could even do. So, remember, things do get better. Dogs are supposed to get better when things get better. But guess what? That's not even supposed to be an arguing point, because he said it in his own, in the interview. He said the same thing that we said. They're supposed to get better. But will the quality be able to maintain what made a certain bloodline be what it is if you get away from what made that bloodline, good enough to even be talked about? Because I hear it when I hear people talk about Mayday dogs and that watered down shit. But I also hear Mo tell you, well, guess what, fellas? I was around. Remember, we had motherfucking the brat out there, and what no but two motherfuckers you heard Victor talk about in his motherfucking interview. And this is how early it was, because Blue Cane had might have been just picking up his grand championship, but Brett was his actual first champion became off of Mayday. Them the only two dogs you heard him talk about. So his glory hadn't even got started yet. So with all that going on, and you mean to tell me with all them dogs that he had out there, with all that ass whooping going on, your name wasn't nowhere in none of that shit? You mean to tell me you ain't one of them losses? Because remember, we only told you about one loss. And that was Noriega. I mean to tell me that as long as I've been doing this channel, I ain't seen one motherfucker step up and say that out of them first 17 champions when Mayday was here in this motherfucking state, that one of y'all was one of them losses to one of them 17 great dogs. Because if you was one of them losses, then you should have no problem get up there and defend why you got your ass whooped. Instead of somebody who ain't never even been close to even know what the goddamn dog even looked like to have something to say. I prefer to hear to somebody who lost to one of the dogs to be able to tell their experience, what it was to be across that wall, and what kind of dog did you really run into? What kind of dog did you bring? What was it about them dogs? You had to know what you was fixing to deal with before you got there when he was already a 2-time or 3-time winner. We're one of them goddamn 4-time winners dealing with them first-time out Mayday dogs. Like, where they at? Run down to them for sure. They ain't running around in this chat room. Nobody's chat room that I could see. So what that tell you? You know what to tell you. Take you back to that part to where he said they breeding that shit and the whole goddamn bloodline just gonna fucking just deteriorate. To where ain't nothing but a Mayday dog. Ain't shit else but a name. Then you go here, you talk shit about that Mayday dog. But I don't remember seeing you in the early parts of this to even have that discussion, because it was sure fuck enough I'm out there doing enough that if you was really about it, you should have been getting your ass whooped by one. And we know we can say that because there's a whole bunch that came a little bit after that to have 17 goddamn pages. There's a whole lot of watered down shit going on. So feel me when I talk about this shit, and don't take it personal, but the fact is, it does get watered down. The quality is going to go to shit because the quality of the dog man going to be shit. Don't take that as as a disrespect offense to something that you ain't never done. To respect the fact that I can sit here and say it just like Indian Sonny said, and then stand on the fact that I have the right to say it because I've done something that you ain't done. And hopefully y'all understand where my brother be coming from. Why he do go the fuck off. I want him to stay who he is. The man that I know. The bulldog man that I've known throughout the years that was responsible for why we got better. He put in more work than I did. Him and KP put in more work than I ever have. I'd have been just clouding up the room. But it was because of them that I even had a part in this whole thing. And that's the part you see me doing right now. I take care of the business. I'm responsible for what and how and when, and make sure it'll all come to a head, in and out. Y'all do your part, I do my part, and together we'll all enjoy the win. There has been no reason over our lifetime to ever get away and change our way of thinking. Our outlook on these dogs are always going to be the same. Maybe that's why we don't have a lot of dogs. We know what great dogs look like, and we know what it takes to have a great dog. Why would we all of a sudden become stupid? Why is it, you would think that we would know what the fuck we was doing if we were to choose to do anything now? We got a podcast. We talk about these dogs, and we're going to jump out here and we're going to be selling dogs for the purpose of what? And you know, the only thing that here on this channel that me and him talk about is our past, which included dog fighting. No, that's straight stupidity. My brother's behind a lot of dogs breeding because he has never got out of breeding the American Pit Bull Terrier. Never. KP ain't never got out of breeding good American Pit Bull Terriers. It's just been people who've been blessed to have the ability to have one of these dogs and become, you know, responsible enough to be able to have something that you can talk about, that you can say, yeah, well, you know, that's a going hard dog in the second and the third generation. You might find Mayday or one of them, or a son of Mayday or a daughter of Mayday right there in the fourth generation. You know, just because you're not climbing over the box walls and doing none of that. Well, I seen somebody earlier put Ed Fan wasn't a dog fighter. You're absolutely right. But Ed had one hell of a book, though. Richard Stratton wasn't a dog fighter, but guess what? I tell you what, he had one hell of a book with one hell of a story. See, these stories wouldn't matter, fellas, to a person who never was doing shit, because you'd be just like we was in the beginning. You didn't understand enough about the game to understand what they was really saying. But being my age and I look back on them years, I understand now what they was really saying. I can look at that Indian Sunny in, you know, story, you know, that the story he had there, that what he wrote, and I understand clearly what he's saying. And in 2025, it was just like he wrote that letter yesterday. I understood what he's saying. And history will show you everything that he said back in 1980 something. I guarantee I'll find an article that same motherfucking shit was said prior to him writing his. I just ain't went back far enough to find it. But I found that one by a reputable dog man, who I believe, how y'all gonna question anything that this man said? That's Indian Sunny. You know? Oh, he ain't said all he had was polio. No, because if you do your research, he had more than polio. He had his own way of doing things. He had his own story. But I can respect his conversation. I can respect the things he was saying back then because it still relates to what we deal with in the now. It's how you guys take these conversations. I don't expect you to take nothing away from this podcast, but the entertaining and the history of an experience that we had in the American Pit Bull Terrier game fighting dog. We're not trying to give you nothing else. We're not trying to tell you to go out there and do a damn thing. I think if people concentrate on what they're trying to do with their own dogs, you wouldn't have time to be worried about what the next man's doing. Because that's where it's all going to matter. You want to worry about something? See what it is like to climb up that wall. See what it is like to stand next to somebody who got a dog looking just as good as yours, but who really got the better looking dog, when now you ain't the one doing the judging and somebody else is judging. At least you out there trying to do something. And let the facts speak for itself. You got a first, or you got a second, or maybe you didn't even place it. But guess what? You can't be mad and be all disappointed and be a little pussy about it because now all of a sudden your feelings is hurt, and now I just don't want to get. I want to get out the dogs. No, you're supposed to pick your goddamn head up and you're supposed to make a better dog. Now, however you do that, as long as that is your goal, you're going to learn and you're going to keep trying until you get it right. And then that's what's going to lead to people talking about you, because people can't ignore greatness. It's got a way of just getting under people's skin, but you just can't, because you ain't never beat that motherfucker. You didn't even have nothing even go into that motherfucker, but you got a whole lot to say. Shut up. Just shut up. Because that's what real dog men say. If you was in the room of 100 dog men and you start trying to have a conversation like that, you're going to have 99 motherfuckers talking shit to you. Because that one that ain't saying shit, he probably the one standing behind you waiting until everybody get done with you just to slap the shit out of you, just to be able to slap the shit out of you because it was him you started out talking about. Because that's how personal that shit can be, especially coming from somebody who talk about it and don't know what it really means to be about it. And that's just a fair evaluation from me. I know I'm on Mo's thing, but I'm just over here because Mo got sick today, and I told him I got this. That gave me the time to be able to say things without having to yell or scream and read the chat and be thinking about some other dumb shit. You know what I mean? But then that's just the dog game. Maybe that's why y'all come here, because we just talk about it. So appreciate everybody who come through. Red Rum, I see. Let me see. I know I missed a lot of shit because it's hard for me to read when I'm talking. I just don't be chicken. Let me see. My man Carlos, what do you say here? Jump in here and see what was said. Super Kennel is known, and their historical record is known. Well, Carlos Regis, you're right, but let's back up a little bit. Super Kennel is known, and his historical record speaks for itself, right? But let me ask this: out of the people I got here in the chat, how many of y'all really know about that historical record of Super Kennels? Please do me a favor. Let me hit that one. Just hit one. Because that is a true statement. And I'm just gonna, I don't want my people on the back street, if you're just sitting up there looking, y'all don't usually comment on nothing. And I know I got 50-something people still in here. But let me just see how many people who really know Super Kennel, historical record, and how well they're known by just throwing a one in the chat. Now, I don't look for that one to be something that's going to identify everybody, because I don't weigh it on that. But you got to understand, I hear people talking like STP, well, they were great, but there was a kennel that was better than, became greater than them. Remember, he did say, and then said his own thing, that records were made to be broken, fellas. So don't take that as an offense. Don't take that like it hurts your damn feelings. Oh, Twin don't know what the fuck he talk about. Yes, he do. You don't know what you talk about. Because it's a fact. There was a kennel better who broke the record of STP. And they were called Super Kennels. I'm not hating. I'm just telling you. And then Sonny said it. Records are meant to be broken, fellas. So don't take, heart to that comment or that statement because you feel a certain type of way. Just accept it for what it is. And come on now. I only see one. That's all I see. Out of the 50-some people in here, I only see one. That means y'all don't really know. Come on now. Carlos, I know Carlos, you don't count because you're making the point clear. I got you pent up there, so I know you know. But you mean to tell me you and the other person I see with a one up in here, that's Fort Lauderdale D. Come on. That's Super Kennels in his own. Okay. But you know what I'm talking about then, Carlos. I mean, I caught that, your comment, but the fact that you mentioned it leads me back to the same thing that Indian Sonny had said, because I, myself, was a true, you know, I rode that STP greatness for many years. It was undeniable. Their greatness, the amount of great dogs they was responsible for, a lot of great breedings they were responsible for. I can truly tell you that was a top-notch kennel. And to see that record broken where you would have thought it could never be broken, that's not true, because it was. And I just happen to know the people who did it. That's all I'm saying. And I mean to tell me out of this whole entire conversation, the two people that I see just got ones out. I know them. Come on now. That's the sad part, because I'm supposed to believe y'all really don't know about Super Kennels. That's just to name a few. You're right, Carlos, but hey, Carlos, like you said, that's just to name a few. Oh man, that's just to name a few. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, another great dog. 357. Come on now. How can you ever talk about Macho Bug and not talk about 357 and Super Kennels? How does that happen? As long as I'm screaming Macho Bug, they're gonna always be around. They're gonna always be a part of history. And because you might say 357, but guess what? There was a whole lot of them goddamn dogs that they got that we could just actually. I think we did a show on this before. They, you know, we've had one of them on the show. They don't brag about that accomplishment, but that's for us to make sure that no, y'all don't forget that there is a kennel better than STP. And it wasn't a beeline move that got it done. These boys actually matched dogs. DDK, most wanted. There's the VBK. These people match dogs. These were great kennels as far as I'm concerned. Y'all don't know about them. Well, guess what? When you hear us talk about them, then that means they're worth talking about. And if you have any doubt, we will show you why we talk about it, why we can say the things that we say. That's not to be pulling your leg. Big shout out to Dog Man TV up in the house. I know y'all know that ain't even fair, because they know. I mean, I'm looking at the names that's putting up ones. I mean, that's not fair, because I know they know. That Dog Man TV, you know they know. But that means the rest of my audience don't know. And that's the shocking part. Because look where you at. Y'all, man, Going Hard Kennels Reloaded podcast. That from day one, this is all we've ever talked about. These are the people we try to get y'all. If you don't know, you will know, because we're going to talk about them, because they are worthy of talking about. Does that hurt y'all feelings? I would think some of y'all would appreciate the fact that we're sharing that with you. Tall stranger, stone face. I see you, fam, but see you another one though. See, that's not fair either because you another one. I know you know. I'm talking about some of the people that I know should know. They're supposed to come to my defense on that because it's not a bullshit ass statement. It's actually a factual statement. You can argue all you want, but the fact is you can't change nothing of the past. And when I can sit here and say we can prove it, we can prove it. People just don't say shit like that just to be saying shit like that. People say that because, you know, it's the reality of the game. And if you was part of the game, you would know that without having to be picking up a book or somebody telling you. I just threw that out there because, you know what? I hear people always saying that shit. Don't never say super Kennels because maybe that's y'all era. Y'all don't know nothing about the Willis Reeds. You know what I'm saying? The Moses Malones, the Nick Barnett's. I say Nick Barnett, and only if you was from New York and you old like me, would y'all even know who Nick Barnett was? And he played with Walt Frazier, Earl of Pearl Monroe. I mean, this is what old do to you. This is what it looks like when you're living through different eras. I mean, you know, I got a chance to live through the Larry Bird era, the Dr. J, the Curving, the Iceman, and all them, and you know, the Earl of Pearls, and you get a chance to go through all the Sean Kemps and all these, just bring it all the way. And now I'm down here with my homeboy, well, actually two of my homeboys, Michael Jordan out of North Carolina, and my other homeboy from Akron, Ohio, named LeBron James. Just so happen to be two of the greatest motherfucking basketball players of all times, from my opinion. Without throwing Kobe in there, because I got to keep Kobe in there. And for y'all who don't know, I go Michael Jordan, Kobe, then LeBron. I'm a homeboy, but I got to give Kobe his love because I'm still a man about them rings. I'm sorry. It's about rings for me. But I'm willing to be humble to my homeboy just to know he's even in the conversation to be even talked about like that. So I treat this dog game the same damn way. World B free. You know I'm coming back to play the Cleveland too. World B. Fire that bitch up. Like, to me, he was the first Steph Curry. Fire that bitch up from anywhere. Because unless you knew it, unless you lived that, y'all wouldn't know who the hell World B free is. But he was one of them badass motherfuckers before there was a Steph Curry. Yes, he was. Some of y'all would know the Allen Iversons, but come on, y'all. That generation goes like that, the same way it does for sports. We can say that same thing about football. We can say the same thing about these dogs. This game has always got better. All them games have always gotten better. A Meta World Peace. Well, you know, Meta, you know, he had to change his name after the ass whoopings he was putting down before he became Meta. You know, that boy, he was a monster. It was time to change his name. But we all know peace was the last thing he was about. But you can't take nothing away from his gameplay. It's a lot of them, fellas. These dogs was the same way. It's a lot of us that you might not know because you didn't follow this game and you might be new to it. But then we help you with that over here because we're going to talk about them. We're going to talk about the Masons and the all the greats, the Abrahams and the McNasties and the Big Ralphs and the Noonies and the Bonds. And I mean, come on. I don't even want to start down that list because there's so many of them. And if you listen to J-Bo's show and listen to that's a whole new era, but a whole bunch of other new dog, man. But guess what? I still know some of them too. I don't know him like he do because that's right in his backyard. But that's why I like listening to him because he takes you on a whole new tour of a whole new different part of the country that has always been feared with great dogs. And there's a dog man, legendary dog man from that area sharing the same type of information, and he bringing it to your attention, because if you didn't know, now you know, because he's going to prove it. He's going to show you. That's what I like about Dogman TV, J-Bo, and Nonstop, because you know what? At least they can pull up their shit. They don't have no problems to be talk about their shit and what other people did with their shit. Not a lot of people out here running around with these goddamn podcasts can do that. And that's just me keeping it real. Some of y'all might take it like I'm throwing shots, but no. That's a fact. Because I can truly say out of Bubba Mex, though, he don't pull up too many pedigrees, but y'all don't know, you know, sometimes I don't think y'all know who Bubba Mex is, but I'm going to tell you what, Bubba Mex is he's a legendary dog, man. I don't know how y'all don't know, and it ain't for me to tell you, because if he really wanted to let you know, tell you what he got on the yard, he can tell you what, like the man had Pat Patrick on the show. The man had an interview with Pat Patrick. The man had an interview with Mr. Richard Stratton. And y'all act like a man with that kind of pull is just somebody who just fell out of the sky, and he just one of them people who walk around just acting like he know. That man got pull. How do you think he got that pull? Because he's a bad motherfucker. And if y'all don't know who he is, then guess what? That ain't me to be sitting here trying to, put the man on blast, because again, that's what his talk show is for. But how many of y'all really pay attention that he's just not talking? The man really was about that life. He's behind a lot of great dogs, different part of the country. I wasn't down there from where they was, but I know he was out there with people that came from way to the West Coast and took some of my shit back out there, and I know he knows them. I know Schoolboy got around, didn't know Schoolboy until we got out here on a personal basis. But I know Schoolboy know them people, because I read the people that I know, they in his book. And plus he's running around with Roster Man, Bakari. You know what I mean? Come on. There's Fat Bill. How we not gonna know who the hell Fat Bill is? Those are just throw-ins, fellas. But ain't a lot of people who can do what them people right there doing, though. But we got a whole lot of channels out here. And I'm hoping them channels, when they talk about fuck the old, understand, which takes me back to my Indian Sonny and why I spoke today. Because we all seem to agree that dogs do get better, which I hear people try to, take a stab at that. Even I had to get Mo under control because he took a stab at that, but he always kind of corrected me, because he always made that point that Indian Sonny made, and y'all heard him say it. The quality of the dog is always going to be different, and it's going to have to be some type of different change, because y'all ain't doing it and grading these dogs on the same grounds that they was. The man wrote that in 1980. I heard my brother say it in 2024 and 5. No difference. Same shit. Same thing. Even heard J-Bo say it. So there's a lot of us, we all on the same page. We don't know what the future is going to look like, but we can only advocate of what we consider our past. And there's nothing wrong with us sharing that with you. Ron Artest, Better World Peace. You're right. See, I'm supposed to know that. But my mind is off on the other things. Just like, damn, man. the Duhans, or I think it was the Duhans I was talking about, the guy that, you know, when we was at the pig picking, I met all these old school dog men, you know, that I was like a kid in the candy store. And it sounds funny for me to say that, but then, you know, you read about these people, but to see these people face to face, and then and for them to acknowledge by saying, yeah, I watched the show. Never chimed in, and then, you know, I know I ain't never seen you in the room. I mean, didn't even know Tom knew up on site. That was my first time actually meeting the man. Shit, the man took us downstairs and gave us a private tour. Damn, the whole hour, him and Bob Finley talking Bulldogs, just us. You know, those are big, you know, major points in an old man's dog career that, regardless of how old I am and how long I've been doing it, I still have, you know, that kid feeling about greatness. To me, that's the love of the game. Okay, Mark Aguirre, dog man, I'm gonna have to give him love. But you know, Mark was up there with them Detroit Pistons too, back in the day. You know, pure shooter. We know why we talk about Mark Aguirre, because how you gonna be talking about, you know, the game, and you start talking about certain teams when you got them special players on some of these certain teams that just was about that life. That's what made the game so challenging. That's what made the dog game challenging, fellas. This is international, world renowned talk I'm giving you. These dogs are all over the entire world. There's going to be greatness from one end to the next. But the purpose of this conversation is the quality of the dog has always been on the backs of the men with the dogs. And like Indian Sonny said, not every Mayday dog was great. Not every Kobe dog was great. There's a lot of dogs out there that just got Kobe there that ain't shit. And there's going to be a whole lot more of that shit out there, like he said, that it went all the way down that it's not the same dogs that Kobe started out with, because people didn't stick to the same Kobe mentality. And what was that Mr. Kobe mentality? JP Kobe's mentality? I breed the best to the best. So, don't get mad at my brother when he say it, because maybe that's all he know. I don't know what y'all be on, but don't hate on a man because he feel like that, because some of y'all don't have the opportunity to be able to know what the best is, to even do it. But that ain't our fault. Not saying you can't be done. You just need to tighten up on your knowledge and understand there's nothing that can't be done if you're really trying to get it done in this dog game. And sometimes relationships do matter. We show it to you all the time. Take it way back in Tudors in them days, way back to Kobe and them, when Leitner and Maloney and all them motherfuckers was getting together doing the shit and creating the shit that they was creating. All of them was on the same path of creating a better dog. And all of a sudden it's supposed to change all of a sudden because a bunch of dumb motherfuckers don't know? No, we ain't never gave into that shit, and we ain't gonna start giving into that shit now. I'm just trying to keep it real. Constant trauma. Now, you know, I don't do no keepsake. And Mo is not in today because Mo is sick. He could not make it due to his physical condition. But you know how I said it. As long as I can get on here and I have something to talk about, this is my chance of having something to talk about. But I would definitely keep you up on that. But no, I'm using Mo's thing because, you know, I'm on the computer and I wanted to access that letter, you know, that interview, and I didn't feel like messing with my computer and sitting in that hard ass chair when he ain't here. I can sit in my nice office chair and sit back and talk like he do. So no disrespect to you, fam. I'm pretty sure he gonna get back to that because he been saying it because it's a part of them keeps that he really trying to get down to. So I'm pretty sure he gonna get able to tap back on that because he got the rest of the weekend until Tuesday to get his shit together. But You know, that time is not, you know, not every day is a good day. But don't know one monkey stop this show. So I'm just going to share my point of view on something I thought was important. You know, and I got a chance to see, you know, I told you, the minute that my brother feel like he just don't want to do it no more, then I'm going to create a path, you know, and I'm telling y'all now, we don't spend much time doing this. I don't, you know, you see, I don't change no thumbnails or none of that because, again, I've already told you, I'm not trying to be fancy like everybody else. All I need to do is get in, say what we got to say, and get out. And have all this studio equipment to do so much more. But, you know, this don't pay no bills, fellas. This don't feed my family. This just feeds an urge and a duty to give back. And I don't need all that other shit to do that. And the minute he feel like he has done enough and he don't want to do it no more, it'll be the minute that I know I don't have to worry about coming in here doing what I'm doing. But until that time comes, we're going to always put our best foot forward. We don't always try to do the best that we can do, at least to get our point across and understanding why we doing what we doing. Because if we can't do it the way we want to do it, then we ain't going to do it at all. Because we don't have to. Just don't make or break us. We ain't got shit to sell you. We got a whole lot to tell you. And appreciate the fact that you come and want to learn and listen. That matters more than anything that we could do outside of our regular everyday jobs. So I appreciate everybody who showed up. Let me go back down to this again. I want to give a big shout out to my man in the woods, 456 in the house. Constant Trauma Kennels. I appreciate you, fam. I ain't gonna leave you hanging, man. I'll take care of that for you. Big shout out to Dog Man TV. Tall Stranger, Straight Face. Appreciate the love, fam. I'm just trying to run down through these fellas as I do this. Let me see who else I got here. Carlos, always a big deal. Fort Lauderdale D, you're always in the background. Glad to see you pop up, show your face. I know you back there. Appreciate the love, fam. Mr. Marcel Shepard, serious dog, man. I mean, I look up to Marcel because he, you know, if anybody who don't, you know, who just shows up, I understand what the, you know, I got a better picture watching the dedication of a young man just trying to do the right thing the right way. And he don't just talk about it. He really try to be about it. You know, and for a little bit of time I've known him, I like his success. And I think that'll be a name that can probably, you know, change his whole entire dog game. And he'll be like the Earl Tudor or at least the Maurice Carvers or type of people, because he's going to be on the breaking edge of what we consider something new. At least he's willing to put his shit out there and set the standards. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Derek Lockett. Red Rum. Hey, I'm going to give a big shout out to Sky Diners. I'll see you, fam. Woodway Kennels. I see you, fam. Let me get down here and make some of my people here. See, Woodway. I'm trying to find my man Sky Diner here. Big shout out to Small Time. I see you, fam. Show enough. They're Dirty Hill. What up, fam? Mr. O. Much love and respect, fam. Big shout out to What the Helly TV. Appreciate you stopping by, fam. Big shout out to the Dog Father. I see you, fam. Big shout out to War Eagle Yard Boy, aka that's my man Eli. Appreciate the love, fam. Fresh DGSB. Appreciate the love, fam. Oh man, I see you, fam. Appreciate you coming out. Mr. Brandon Newhouse. All the time. Dedicated support. Appreciate the love, fam. 85 South in the house. Appreciate the fam. I see you. Bugs with the goods. I gave that big shout out. Thanks for the donation, my man. Again, I tried to tell y'all. He came back with a 5-piece. He said, peace, twins. Peace to the chat. It's not a matter of how much you give. It's the fact that you give. Because you know what? That's what matters, because it takes time to do that when you don't have to do it. Like I said, some of y'all have problems just hitting the goddamn like button, but guarantee you show up. Some of y'all have problems with doing the thumbs up and the muscles and the roast, and it's for free. So for the time it take you to get a thumbs up and the roses, they take that extra more time to go in their pocket and give up 99 cents, $5, because 99 cents, if that's the lowest you can give, I'm going to get the same kind of love for that 99 cents that I would give to a 50 or 20 or $100 bill, because you didn't have to do it. So I'm going to appreciate the fact that you just doing that much is worth my appreciation and shout out. Yes, sir. Big shout out to my man, me, 47. I hope I did that right for you. I don't mean to beat that up, cuz, but you got that blue, you been had that blue, and I just tell me if I'm fucking it up. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Trevor Leahy. Appreciate the love, fam. Cars, Cal TV, another big shout out. Welsh, Kennels, pushing them supplements, showing that love. Hey, Welsh, I'm glad to see you showing up, fam. You know, being I don't be doing pedigrees, you see why. I mean, I'm hoping everybody else want to see it, look at it, but then if there's something to talk about, you know, I'm going to drop back through and I'm going to let Mo talk about it. Let me see who else I got in here. I hope I didn't miss nobody along the way, but y'all know where I'm coming from. Hey, fellas, y'all know we're going to be back here Tuesday. I hope Mo be better. Big shout out to my man MB for Fire. Don't want to forget them. I don't want to forget my man John Dembry. I don't want to forget my man RBG Lone Wolf. These are the regular, you know, supporters of the Shark Tank. You know what I mean? And just be total disrespect, not to mention my peeps. Just always here showing up, ready to show out. You know, love thirst, always showing the love. But I think I'm all caught up. Fellas, don't take my conversation tonight for heart. Remember, I'm not the one, you know, that goes around and act like I know everything. I admit the fact I don't know what my brother know. I admit that. But I never bragged and boasted on that part of what made Going Hard Kennels the kennel it was. I'm that other part. I'm not one to have this conversation. You know, when they tell you got to go to the principal's office or that type of shit, it's like, you know, my job. I'm on the job site. Shit it's fucked up. You know, I'll be like that last person to be, you know, on the job site when something fuck up, that they go be wanting to go tell Mr. Bayless. You know, everybody gonna be trying to figure out all types of shit. You know, that's my job. Everybody better try every way you can possibly can to fix up what's done got fucked up, and we already know there's something fucked up. They're gonna be trying to take upon themselves to figure out what it is and try to get it right before they have to come and tell me that they done fucked up. See, I understand that role because I'm responsible for the job. I'm the boss. There is nobody higher than me. So I mean, all shit to make it to my desk is fixing to come down like a mountain of shit. I'm like the plumber. I'm finna clear out everything to prevent me from having to deal with bullshit. So if you learned anything about this channel and my role, then you understand that's the role I live on an everyday basis. So that's no harm to anybody out there. I don't know how y'all live your life. I'm only gonna speak on, you know, what I'm responsible for. And then when it comes down to this show, if Mo can't make it, then that means I get a chance to have a different conversation. My conversation might not sound nothing like his, But I hope if you get anything out of what I'm saying is reality. Because I'm not bragging like I know anything. I'm not talking about I know anything. I'm just telling you the way it is. You can take it for what it is. And hopefully you'll learn from it. But until then, as I back up out of here, I need y'all to show me some love because, I don't do this often. But just show me some love. Give me the goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, for me and the Shark Tank and all my people out there on the back street, show me some goddamn roses. Roses. I need damn roses. Show some love, man. Yeah, I ain't got down to that part yet, but as I get ready to back up out of here, I was gonna put the link up, fellas, but you know what? I don't put the link up because over the last couple of days, the last couple of shows, I kind of got an idea what Mo was trying to get across. Some of the shit they was trying to say, because through this podcast, and this I think this will be the first year. I mean, we just early in the 2025, the Mo had even shared his breeding program as far as when people was running around like our dogs just disappeared, when our dogs ain't never really disappeared. My boys are down there at Gameville, however y'all want to call it. And then you got other people in Ohio, however you want to say it. They'd be amazed at just how many going hard dogs still exist to this day. But we wasn't here to brag about what the fuck we had, because we ain't doing shit with it. It's the fact that people can still breed and say that, I can look back and still see, hey, there's some going hard dogs back there. Damn, I didn't even know they were still doing that shit. Sometimes you can't hate on the fact of what people do in life sometimes. Sometimes you just don't be a hater. Let's see if, instead of hating on it, try to see how it is to be inspired by it. Something that you just inspires you to be doing the crazy things or what it takes to really be a real dog man. With all the risk and everything involved, you think that stopped us a lot of? No, it didn't. So who am I to be sitting up there talking about them and hating on them and thinking they calling them pieces of shit, when I know in reality, me and my brother and a lot of others, we was just as bad. So why would I be hating on them? Why would I talk shit about them? Don't make me better. I ain't never tried to be better than nobody. Not in that manner. I'm always been competitive. We've always had competitive dogs. That's what the game is. It's competition. It's not who got the best podcast. It's not about who got the best papers. It was like who had the best dog on that particular night. That's the dog game in the world we come from, fellas. And true, I understand if you ain't never done it. Yeah, okay. Not knocking that. The only part I knock is don't hate on the ones who have. And until you can do anything close to what these people have done, then, to take the game in a different way. Remember, I can only talk about the past. There's no way I can tell you about what these dogs are going to look like in the future. Hell, back in 1980, when that man wrote that damn article and said what he said, do you think he would have known what them damn dogs would have looked like in 2025? I don't think so. I don't even know if Indian Son is still alive. But the fact was, he made good points. back then that I can relate to now that I'm older. Because when he wrote that article, if I had read that article, I wouldn't have known a damn thing that man was talking about. And I'm a man enough to admit that. But damn near being 60-something years old now and over 40 plus years in this game, I completely understand what he was trying to say. And I can relate to it today. I just hope y'all can. You know what I mean? And that brings me back, before I get out of here, you know how we do it. We can always talk about it. But the name of the game and anything you do in life is being about it. If we had took that loss due to our stupidity in the very beginning and shut it down, walked away from it just because of that loss, guess what? We would have been some shitty ass dog men. But because of that loss, it made us better. Made us want to learn. Made us want to know. And I guess that takes you back to the dogs, kind of, you know what I mean? How you going to grade a dog and you don't even know how to grade yourself? In order to know what a good dog look like, you know what I mean, you got to be able to have a good dog. You know, good dogs are proven dogs. Hey, I didn't make this shit up, y'all. It is what it is. I'm just keeping y'all straight on point. We're not gonna get around with the facts. But one fact is for damn sure. Regardless of how far down you fall, can you have enough in you to get up and try again? Because a loss is a loss. But man, I got a lot of respect for one to know how to just, regardless of what the situation is, how bad things was, that motherfucker would always, he ain't gonna let you down, he ain't gonna disappoint you. You know, when you put him back up and you gotta release him, you know he ain't gonna stand there. How you gonna know he ain't gonna stand there? Because that man gonna say, face your dog and release your dog. And you know what he gonna do? He gonna stumble, fumble, bumble, fall on his face. Some of the great scratches I've seen over a lifetime. And I know what a goddamn game dog look like. I mean, ain't no feeling better than to see one of them, because you get a chance to actually see what a real game ass dog look like. You learn to respect that word. You learn to respect it more than anything that you ever come out your mouth when it came to an American Pit Bull Terrier, the way you throw that word game around. You got to actually see what a game dog look like. And I'm telling you, them game ones, as long as there's a breath in their body, they always. And I mean, goddamn it, that everyone I've seen, I had a great one. Picked up her grand championship off one of them kind of scratches. They always figure out a way to scratch to win. All of them ain't got that. History proves that point. It's the matter of what part of this history you trying to be on. Find your way, fellas. I'm not here to try to do nothing else but show you the history. The future is yours. Do what you need to do. Keep doing what you're doing, and y'all know I will see y'all Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, man, y'all enjoy y'all weekend. I'm gonna let this ride out. Y'all stay safe, and just take the conversation, play it back, see what, and for you guys who came in late, go back and just look at what this conversation was about. Hopefully it gives you a better insight of, what matters as far as when we talk about bulldogs. Still about the love of the game. Maybe our love is just a little deeper than others. Don't mean it's like loving anybody. We all got a different way of loving something. So I'm not taking nothing away from anybody. I'm just saying, just understand where we coming from and respect that. Till Tuesday, y'all keep doing what y'all doing and just ride out with me. I'll see y'all Tuesday. Yeah. Shit. Turn it up, Mike. Turn it up. All right, man. I got it. Here we go.